Gas does tell us the College Hill Fundamental Academy and Aiken High School were both put on a brief lockdown just as a precaution. Those lockdowns, though, have since been lifted. We do have a crew out there at the scene working to learn more information about exactly what happened here. Again, this is a live picture. We'll have another update for you still to come, definitely at 4 o'clock. A southern Indiana community is remembering 18-year-old Bryce Gerlach, who was killed in a triple shooting at the Harvest Homecoming in New Albany Saturday night. Gerlach was an innocent bystander in what police describe as a senseless act of violence. Police think everyone shot was unrelated to the argument that actually led to the shots being fired. It has rocked the small community of Corydon, causing friends, teammates, and community leaders to come together to remember the victim.
If you look around, you see a community that deeply loves each other. Otherwise, we wouldn't all be out here tonight. I have hope in friends and family that in the coming days, we will be able to support one another in ways that we never dreamed we could.
So that hope he mentioned is already becoming reality. Organizers of Harvest Homecoming canceled the last day of the festival after Saturday's shooting. Some of the festival's vendors are now using their businesses to raise money for the families of the victims. Noelle Friel from our sister station in Louisville has more.
Vendors returned to downtown New Albany Sunday morning, tearing down booths and packing up early after a somber end to what should have been the last day of the city's Harvest Homecoming. Some businesses with food left to sell decided to use the opportunity to raise money for the families of the victims who police say were caught in the crossfire of the shooting outside the festival Saturday night. Vendor Island Noodles held a pop-up event outside of Jack's in New Albany, with all of the proceeds going to the family of 18-year-old Bryce Gerlach.
We woke up this morning kind of prepared to go, but also understanding, what happened last night. We have the people, we have the food, we have the ability to do it. So, when you have the means to help people, that's kind of what we're about.
Vendors who were at the festival when the shooting happened say they're still in shock. Ginny Wiglub and Marie Deal operate a nonprofit thrift shop called The Mustard Seed, which benefits organizations who support survivors of childhood sexual abuse. They were packing up for the night when the shooting started.
We heard a couple pops and then a couple more pops, and we knew pretty quickly that it was gunfire.
They say law enforcement was on the scene almost immediately and helped to make sure everyone got out safely. As parents, learning it was a local high schooler who had been senselessly killed in the shooting hit close to home.
I can't imagine. I can't fathom that mother or father or whoever sent their child to Harvest thinking that they were going to come home later on that night, and that they didn't.
They're one of the hundreds of vendors who attend the festival every year, which draws thousands of families to New Albany from across the area. The frightening experience is now a sobering reminder that gun violence can impact any community.
It was senseless, and there was no rhyme or reason to it. So I think there's where the uneasiness comes in, because you just don't know anymore when you come to an event what's going to happen.
And that was Noelle Friel reporting. The trial in one of the most infamous killings in Indiana starts this week. Jury selection is now underway for Richard Allen's murder trial. Prosecutors say he killed Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge in 2017. Allen's lawyers have claimed that police arrested the wrong man in this case. They say multiple people with ties to a Nordic religion were actually the ones responsible for the murders. The judge, though, is not allowing Allen's lawyers to present that theory in court, saying in a ruling that it could mislead the jury. A pastor who formerly oversaw one of the largest parishes in the Archdiocese of Cincinnati is being reassigned. We told you back in July that Reverend Barry Sexshalty resigned from his position as the priest at St. Susanna after hundreds of people signed petitions calling for it. Those calls to step down came after he admitted to destroying a computer hard drive that was related to a possible child pornography investigation at another church more than a decade ago. According to the Archdiocese's website, he is being appointed as the vicar of 7 churches in Mercer County, and that new assignment is effective today. Taking a look at the weather now, a lot of Cooler temperatures moving in
Whoa.
today. Steve, needed my jacket this morning, wanted to wear some pants. It was feeling like fall out there.
It really did feel like fall, especially when you add in that wind. It felt much, much chillier. And look at the temperature right now. It's only 53 degrees at the International Airport. Normal highs right around 70, so we're way cooler than normal right now. We are talking about a few showers also in the area. We'll zoom in here and take a look at them. You can see those showers moving across some of our northeastern counties, more like sprinkles than anything else, barely enough to get the ground wet, but a few of us may see a shower or two during the evening hours. And then overnight, a few more showers will continue to work their way our way out of the north and west. And tomorrow morning, and then during the day tomorrow, a couple of showers going to fall. And we'll look at those in detail coming up. Right now it's 53 at the International Airport. Look at this. Shelbyville, 60 degrees is the warmest spot on this map. So it is definitely chilly out there. Temperatures will drop off by 10 o'clock into the upper 40s and lower 50s. By the time we get to tomorrow morning, a few showers in the area with temperatures in the low to middle 40s around the tri-state. Winds right now anywhere from calm to maybe 12 miles, 14 miles an hour, with no wind gusts except at Batavia and Maysville, so the winds are beginning to calm down, but it is a chilly late afternoon, early evening out there. 53 right now. By the time we get to 11 p.m., 49. 7:02 is when the sun sets. We'll talk more about how long this chilly weather will last, and frost is in the 7-day forecast. That's coming up.
All right, Steve, thank you. Blink 2024 starts this week. Hundreds of art installations will pop up across Cincinnati, Covington, and Newport. The free event runs through Sunday and does offer some unique artwork utilizing light, sound, and technology in pretty exciting ways. And we'll have all things Blink covered for you this week, including a special airing on Thursday night. That'll start at 10:30 p.m. right here on Fox 19 Now. Later this afternoon, Brenda Ordonez will give you a more in-depth look at what to expect at this year's festival. Well, the Cincinnati Bengals managed to outlast the Giants, left MetLife Stadium with another win under their belts. That win brings the Bengals to 2-4 on the season. With the slow start, the team really does have to keep winning to stay in the playoff race, and they know it. They know every win counts.
Yeah, it was a big win for us. We needed it, and it was great to have the defense step up in that spot, have them build some confidence and continue to build on that momentum.
The Bengals are staying on the road this week, heading north to Cleveland for their next division game. The kickoff against the Browns is set for 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon. And by the way, we will hear from head coach Zach Taylor in less than an hour. You can join that live presser right here during the 4 o'clock news. Millions of women live with breast cancer, but one Ohio woman is trying to change that. Megan O'Rourke introduces us to her, still to come. And a candle controversy at Bath and Body Works. Why the candle you're looking at right now is being pulled from the shelves. Bath & Body Works has stopped selling one of its candles after its design sparked some controversy online. The label on the holiday scented candle was decorated with a stylized paper snowflake. Many people on social media, though, compared it to the hoods and the robes worn by Ku Klux Klan members. Bath & Body Works has apologized and pulled that candle from its website and retail locations. So check this out. Crocs' new footwear targets a different breed. The company is partnering with the dog subscription service Bark to make matching shoes for dogs and their owners. The new Crocs come in marbled patterns and glow-in-the-dark colors. The company says that its fans inspired it to create Crocs for dogs because of their homemade footwear for their pets. Dogs and humans can get their matching Crocs starting October 23rd. An Ohio woman working to make a breast cancer vaccine a reality. We'll introduce you to her next. And a tri-state favored restaurant getting a new location. We'll show you what's opening and where. Every 14 seconds, a woman is diagnosed with breast cancer, but many women are not getting the kind of testing they need to find it early enough to begin life-saving treatment. Megan O'Rourke shares one woman's fight to change that.
I have a lovely life. I have a wonderful husband, 5 kids, and worked really hard.
Michelle Young exercised, ate right, and
I did have mammograms. So I thought
to help out. Plus, multiple bridge projects underway now in the tri-state. Stefano D will break them all down. Joker has been replaced at the top of the weekend box office. Terrifier 3 took the top spot. The latest movie in the horror franchise debuted with $18.1 million on the weekend. The Wild Robot held on to second place with $13.4 million. And the second Joker film took third place with $7.1 million. That's an 81% drop from its debut weekend. If you've enjoyed Zoe Saldana and the Guardians of the Galaxy and Avatar movies, you can thank Steven Spielberg. David Daniel explains why in today's Hollywood Minute.
Zoe Saldana is crediting Steven Spielberg with restoring her faith in major Hollywood movies. The actress told the BFI London Film Festival over the weekend her first big-budget role, 2003's Pirates of the Caribbean: The Curse of the Black Pearl, was not a good experience. Luckily, the next year brought Spielberg's The Terminal, which Saldana said made her feel so good and so safe and restored my faith that big can also be great.
A game. What game? Hide and seek? Are we really going to play that?
Ready for more Ready or Not? Samara Weaving and the filmmaking collective Radio Silence are reuniting for a sequel to the 2019 horror comedy about a bride who has to survive a deadly game with her new in-laws. The original cost just $6 million to make and grossed more than 4 times that domestically. That's the kind of game movie studios love. In Hollywood, I'm David Daniel.
A lot happening on the roads this week with several bridge projects starting. Roads, of course, shutting down for Blink. Stefano D will explain it at 3:30.
And as we're looking at downtown Cincinnati with a lot of low-grade cloud cover, a chilly, breezy afternoon and evening, a preview of November is here, but good news for the weekend. I'll have it in the 7-day forecast coming up.
From the station that's always local, always now. This is Fox 19 Now.
After back-to-back hurricanes hit Florida, people on the state's west coast are working to clean up massive amounts of debris. It comes as utility crews race to restore power to thousands of customers. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more.
It's a massive effort to get the lights back on for 3 million customers who lost power during Hurricane Milton. Thousands of linemen from across the country and Canada are working around the clock, and Florida officials say they expect electricity to be fully restored by Tuesday night.
We need to make sure our power plants are intact, transmission is intact. Then we have to break it down by customer class. Who are the critical customers?
As that wraps up, folks on the state's west coast are cleaning up debris left behind by back-to-back hurricanes. Governor Ron DeSantis has directed 2,800 workers to remove debris over the next 90 days after President Biden agreed to reimburse the state 100% of the costs.
This is stuff from Helene and this stuff from Milton. About this high.
The president visited Florida on Sunday to survey the damage. He says FEMA has already opened 10 disaster recovery centers in the state, and more are on the way.
It's in moments like this we come together to take care of each other, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans.
But as the cleanup continues, some communities still face the threat of additional flooding, including in Hernando County, where river levels haven't crested yet.
Call for emergency services or call our Citizens Information Line. We will come out there. We are ready to respond and evacuate you.
President Biden says initial estimates place the damage from Hurricane Milton at $50 billion. In Tampa, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Happening now, members of the Cincinnati Fraternal Order of Police are taking supplies to areas of North Carolina impacted by Hurricane Helene. Organizers collected supplies last week, things like bottled water, baby items, trash bags, blankets, and non-perishable foods, all to take to families and first responders in need. And just last night, Ohio Task Force 1 leaders shared they have been officially demobilized after spending 3 weeks in Florida and North Carolina. Team leaders say they should be home within the next hour. The Butler County Incident Management Team also headed back to the tri-state after helping with Hurricane Milton recovery efforts. The Incident Management Team set up headquarters in Pasco County, Florida last week. In the meantime, you can help people across the Southeast who were impacted by both of those hurricanes. Fox 19's parent company, Gray Media, is still collecting donations with the Salvation Army to go toward hurricane relief. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen if you'd like to donate. The Salvation Army is prepared to give emergency aid, food, drinks, and other services to both survivors and rescue workers. Well, here at home across the tri-state, kind of a chilly, cloudy day today, Steve. I mean, certainly no issues out there, but might be a little cold if you've been used to those warmer temperatures.
Yeah, I think for all of us, we are not acclimated, as we say in weather circles yet, meaning we're not accustomed to this. Now, this kind of weather after temperatures below zero would be balmy, but right now you're just not used to it. Now, we're looking to the north-northeast, and what you see this gray shade here beneath the clouds? That's some shower activity, which I'll show you up on radar in parts of Butler and Warren counties. We'll look at that in a second. Right now, 53 degrees at the International Airport, 17 below the normal high. Okay, the shower activity we're looking at from our tower cam right up in this area. Okay, so you're looking at it in the Westchester area over to Mason, moving toward Loveland, and those showers very light, not enough to cause puddles or anything, but breezy, chilly, and showery if you go out this evening. Temperatures right now, except for Shelbyville in the 50s, and except for Chillicothe, which is only 48. Oh, and missed Wilmington to 49 degrees. Temperatures will drop from the upper 40s and lower 50s to the low and middle 40s tomorrow morning. We'll have a few hit and miss light showers, should not impact that morning commute. And overall, a chilly start to the day. We've got some really good weather on the way, but before we get to the good weather, though, we've got some frost to talk about. Be back with that in a few.
Steve, thank you. Crews are working to clear damage in Louisville after a plane crashed into a car at a busy intersection. The crash happened on Friday night. Officials say the small plane lost power as it was trying to land at a nearby airport. They had to make an emergency stop at the Breckenridge Lane Crestview Way intersection. The people inside the car it crashed into, as well as those in the plane, are all expected to be okay. The flight instructor's family tells us he was in the plane with a student pilot at the time and landed in the road to try to avoid nearby homes.
I got here, I walk out and there's everybody standing around. You know, you see airport officials and fire department cops, and then you see a plane and I'm like, is that a car? And I walked around and I seen the windshield of the car missing. And I'm like, wow, it's mind blowing.
According to Louisville Public Works, traffic signals at the intersection have some pretty severe damage. They've installed some temporary signals to try to keep the traffic there flowing, but they do have to get some new poles and install those and rebuild that intersection. Several bridge projects are underway now in the tri-state, not to mention road closures that will be happening because of Blink. Luckily, we got Stefano D here to break it down for us in this First Alert traffic report.
First Alert Metro Traffic, 3 bridge projects happening. They all started today. Some of them are through Friday. Some of them last into next week. Taylor Southgate at 8 o'clock every day till 5 in the afternoon. The sidewalks and the lanes will not be closed, but you want to watch out as inspectors try to get their job done. Just slow down, especially if you are also walking on the sidewalks. Watch for work being done above or below you. Combs Hill Bridge east of the city, those inspections began today. They're going to go through next Wednesday, October 23rd. Single lane closures northbound on the Jeremiah Moore Bridge in Morgan County. They start at 9 in the morning. They wrap up at 3. Northbound side this week, southbound side next week. Also, Blink happening this week. We already have some street closures in downtown right now. The whole list right now is at FOX19.com. Blink Parade starts at 8 o'clock Thursday night, West Bering Way along the riverfront to Barry Larkin Way, with everything wrapping up near Great American Ballpark. So a lot happening on that. Keep our mobile app handy because the whole map, the schedule is right there for you. Plus, if anything changes, we'll update you on X and on Facebook as well. Just give me a follow on both. That's a quick look at traffic. I'll send it back to you.
Police say they stopped another attempt on former President Donald Trump's life. What officials have to say about that next. Plus, the U.S. sends troops and defense system to Israel, the latest on the escalating war in that region. And at 4:30, more than 100 people facing charges in a massive statewide sex operation sting in Ohio. What the Attorney General has to say. Giving you a look at your first alert traffic this afternoon. Here's I-71 over at the Lytle Tunnel. Little slow goings there in that right lane on the left side of your screen, but no problems to report, at least not so far, so that is the good news if you're headed out. Well, it is still anyone's race as we move closer and closer to Election Day. Vice President Harris and former President Trump have busy schedules yet again this week, with both campaigns hitting battleground states hard. Fox's Caroline Shively has the latest on the race for the White House.
Just over 3 weeks before Election Day, it's crunch time for the presidential campaigns, with the tight race getting even tighter. The Real Clear Politics polling average shows Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are within the margin of error in 7 battleground states.
We must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda once and for all.
Donald Trump cares more about scaring people, creating fear, running on a problem, instead of what real leaders do, which is to participate in fixing problems.
Harris has events in Wisconsin and Michigan this week, while Trump will be in Georgia. Monday night, the two hold dueling rallies in Pennsylvania.
The road back to the White House leads right through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. President Trump knows that.
This is going to be a margin of error race down until November 5th. You have a very polarized electorate.
Meanwhile, another security scare over the weekend. Deputies in Coachella, California arrested an armed man outside a Trump rally on Saturday. The Secret Service and FBI say former President Trump was not in any danger, but the local sheriff said his deputies prevented a third assassination attempt.
That's what we were set up there for. We were set up to stop and prevent anyone from coming on the grounds like happened the last time, and it worked.
The Trump campaign is now requesting increased security from the federal government, including the use of military aircraft amid unprecedented threats. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
U.S. troops headed to Israel as the country continues its fights in Lebanon and Gaza. What officials say about the deployment. And NASA launches its largest rocket ever. The mission, find a place to live near Jupiter. We'll explain that next.
And weather-wise on Doppler radar, we've got some shower activity about to leave Butler County. It's going to be in Anderson Township for about a half hour or so. Very light, more like sprinkles than anything else. And we expect a few more overnight and tomorrow. We'll have all the details on that when I come back.
As the fighting in Lebanon and Gaza escalates, the U.S. is getting more involved in the conflict. Fox's Madeline Riviera has more from Washington.
Why did you decide to give the permission for the THAAD to be deployed in Israel?
To defend Israel.
As the fighting escalates in Lebanon and Gaza, the Pentagon is deepening America's military involvement. President Biden ordering the deployment of the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or THAAD, in Israel, and about 100 American service members to operate it, hoping to bolster Israel's defense network as it prepares to retaliate against Iran for a missile attack 2 weeks ago.
We're not going to let our ally fight alone in the Middle East while it's encircled by a ring of fire.
The announcement came just hours before the deadliest attack on Israel since the IDF sent troops into Lebanon. At least 4 Israeli soldiers killed, all 19 years old, in a Hezbollah drone attack on an airbase. There were dozens of injuries as well. But Israeli officials say that won't stop them from pressing ahead with the new offensive.
We will not allow the return of the terrorists into these places. This is the essential thing in order to maintain the safety of the residents of the north.
At the same time, the Israelis are intensifying their attacks in northern Gaza, where another evacuation has been ordered. But many civilians say they simply have nowhere else to go.
They dropped leaflets today, and we left looking for a safe place to stay, but there is no safe place.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke to his Israeli counterpart after the drone attack and reaffirmed America's commitment to Israel's security. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
It's unfortunate that a few folks pretty much ruin it for everybody.
Learning more about the mass shooting that happened near Tennessee State University over the weekend. One person was killed, 9 others were hurt. A 24-year-old man died, and at least 3 of the injured were children, though they were not seriously hurt. The other victims range in age from 23 to 55. Nashville police say the shooting happened Saturday night as a result of 2 groups shooting at each other from opposite sides of the street.
Type of gun violence has just got to stop. We would have never expected that this would have happened here with all of the law enforcement, all of the public safety people here, the fire department. We would have never have expected this to have taken place.
While there's no confirmation on the number of shooters, police do say 2 of them are being treated at a hospital. They're also aware of others, they say, involved in that shooting. TikTok is facing accusations of knowing how dangerous its app can be for young users. The state of Kentucky filed a lawsuit against the company, claiming its features are detrimental to kids and teens. The lawsuit also says TikTok's tools to limit screen time for users are not effective. The case follows a 2-year investigation into the company by several states. An emergency order was filed last week to seal an unredacted complaint that was inadvertently unsealed by Kentucky's Attorney General's office. TikTok says the complaint features misleading quotes and it has safeguards in place to protect its young users. A mission to study an ocean world where humans could potentially live is now underway. The NASA venture launched today, heading toward Jupiter's moon Europa. Michael Yoshida shows us what the mission means for space travel and potentially finding life beyond our world.
Liftoff. NASA's Europa Clipper spacecraft is heading towards its namesake, Jupiter's moon Europa. Launched aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the spacecraft is NASA's first to be dedicated to studying an ice-covered ocean world in our solar system.
Given everything that we've really learned about necessary conditions for life, Clipper is going to tell us if Europa has all of these ingredients for life.
Clipper will look at the ocean beneath Europa's thick ice shell. The moon's ocean is estimated to have 2 times as much liquid water as the Earth's oceans.
We have 10 science investigations that are designed to examine Europa, this incredible icy ocean moon, from every different perspective and to give us great insights into whether this could be a habitable world.
The mission has several big challenges. One, just getting to Jupiter, with the spacecraft traveling some 1.8 billion miles. Once there, the planet's complex gravity fields and powerful radiation have to be dealt with as the Clipper does flybys of the moon.
Another challenge is having a solar-powered mission at Jupiter. We had to build these giant solar panels to capture the small amount of sunlight at Jupiter to power the spacecraft.
The $5.2 billion mission began in 2013.
What we learned with Clipper and the habitability of Europa, this is going to pave the way for future missions to Europa and elsewhere in our solar system where we can search more directly for life.
In Washington, I'm Michael Yoshida reporting.
2, 1.
So take a look at this. SpaceX carried out a successful test of its massive Starship rocket Sunday morning. The spacecraft flew from the launch site in Texas around the world before making a controlled landing in the Indian Ocean. 4 previous Starship test flights ended in explosions. And here's the cool part. Shortly after liftoff, the booster rocket made a controlled descent back down to the launch pad, where it was caught by giant mechanical arms attached to the tower. This is a major milestone towards SpaceX's goal to create reusable and relaunchable rockets. Well, Halloween is right around the corner, and for parents, one of the scariest things leading up to the holiday might just be the price tags on costumes. Many Americans now looking to treat themselves to cheaper outfits this season. A new survey from Goodwill shows 57% of Americans are planning to use secondhand items to make their own costumes. For people looking to save some money, here are some costumes you could make right at home. To be a zombie, you could just rip some holes in older clothes, make your hair a little messy, and then use makeup to put those dark circles under your eyes. If you have clothes that are a little too big, you could fill in the extra space with straw and be a scarecrow. For more cheap and easy costumes, you can head to Goodwill's website for some of those ideas.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Megan O'Rourke, and here are 2 stories that we're working on for you next at 4 o'clock. In just 3 days, the nation's largest light and art festival is going to be here in the tri-state. How organizers are getting the city ready to shine, literally.
It shows how invested he is in our education.
I don't want them waiting until April or May to start making major life decisions.
And one school superintendent is making sure that his students are able to apply to any college they want. How he's making it all possible using his bonus check.
Yeah, and at 4-2, I'll have another update on that shooting we've been following as well, so stay tuned for that. Weather-wise, though, Steve, we've been talking, I mean, really a chilly day out there compared to what we've had.
It's been very chilly. The last time we did not make it to 60 for a high temperature was April 3rd, so it's been that long since it's been this chilly.
Wow.
So we're not accustomed to it.
Yeah,
I didn't grab a jacket this morning, regretted that decision.
Yeah.
I'll bet. And I didn't either on the way into work, so we'll see what it's like tonight. No,
yeah,
gosh, go ahead and take a look outside. And not only is it chilly and kind of breezy at times, but we also have those those are actually what we call stratocumulus clouds. And there are a few showers in those clouds. We'll look at it on radar in just a minute. But overall, it is chilly out there. Look at the current temperature at the International Airport, only 53 degrees. Normal high is about 70, and we're looking at temperatures in the upper or lower 50s right now instead of the upper 60s and lower 70s. And again, we don't see any showers on this particular view, but there are showers out there, and you can see them right here. A few now moving out of Anderson Township. There were a few that crossed almost all of Butler County. Right now, it looks like they're pretty much out of Butler County. Mason's still getting a little bit of rain. It's bypassing Loveland, and looks like everybody will get a little bit. If you're thinking it's enough to relieve the dry conditions in your yard, garden, or farm, it's not. It's more like sprinkles than anything else. And, excuse me, you can see the northerly winds like that are continue to bring some chilly air our way. As a matter of fact, we've got the chance of frost for 3 mornings in the first alert 7-day forecast, and we'll look at that coming up here in a few seconds. We changed to model data. Notice exactly where we just saw it on the satellite picture. So we'll put this into motion, and what you'll see here is that the shower activity comes back our way. A few overnight and tomorrow, more widespread. This is a brand new model run. It shows even more. So more widespread for the homebound commute, but nothing really heavy, and then it pushes off to the east. As a matter of fact, then nothing else going on weather-wise until we get into next week. So through Saturday, things look dry. If we extend this into Sunday, looks like a nice, sunny, warmer weekend. So we're going to make up for the chilly air coming up this weekend. Temperatures now in the 50s around the tri-state with the exception of Shelbyville at 60, 48 in Chillicothe. A little bit of a breeze. It feels pretty cool. Upper 40s to lower 50s at 10 o'clock. So if you go out at 10 o'clock, not that much cooler than it is right now. Overnight, we still have mostly cloudy skies. Notice a few light, insignificant showers and temperatures in the low to upper 40s tomorrow morning. Sunset at 7:02. Right now, 53 degrees, 49 by 11 p.m. overnight, down to about 43 degrees. Sunrise is at 7:47, and for tomorrow's high, about 56. That should occur about 4 p.m. Climate Prediction Center says we're not going to get the rain we need through the 11th of November. Through the 24th of October, we stay drier than normal, and it's going to be drier than normal as we head into late October also. So don't count on getting the rain that you need. And this is, by the way, this is Alt Park, a trail in Alt Park I was on this weekend. 43 and 56 Tuesday, 58 on Wednesday, 62 and 69 for Thursday and Friday. But look at those mornings. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, cold enough for a touch of frost, not a killing frost, just a touch of frost. And then look at the weekend, highs in the 70s, chilly in the morning still, but great, great afternoon weather with lots of sunshine. And then 73 on Monday, partly cloudy and warm. And that's the kind of first alert 7-day forecast I like to see when the weekend looks really, really nice. And that's it for now.
Steve, thank you. We do expect to hear from Bengals head coach Zach Taylor in just a few minutes. So we'll bring that to you live right here on Fox 19 Now. The Iron Throne from HBO's Game of Thrones was sold at auction for nearly $1.5 million. Heritage Auctions officials say that the throne sold after a back and forth between bidders. More than 900 pieces of show memorabilia sold for more than $21 million. Items included a sword used by Kit Harington's Jon Snow character and several outfits worn during the series. The Game of Thrones ran on HBO for 8 seasons from 2011 to 2019. And check out this gourd of epic proportions. A Belgian grower has won the annual European Pumpkin Weighing Championship. His pumpkin tipped the scales in a massive 2,500 pounds, according to RTL Germany. 12 growers from across Europe competed in that championship. That does it for the 3. The 4 starts now.
And now at 4, a statewide sex operation sting results in more than 100 people now facing charges. How officials were able to make these arrests.
And right now, a few showers showing up on Doppler radar, moving off to the south and east, and a few more in the first alert weather forecast on the way.
And in just 3 days, the nation's largest light and art festival is going to be here in the tri-state. How organizers are getting the city ready for a weekend full of fun.
Fox 19 Now starts with breaking news.
That's right. We are following breaking news right now. Cincinnati police are investigating a shooting that led to several local schools going into lockdown. Thanks for joining us now at 4. I'm Megan O'Rourke. Jessica Schmidt is at the alert desk with what we know so far. Jess.
Yeah, Megan, this is still a very active scene. Cincinnati police tell us the shooting happened in the 1700 block of Landfair. They say one man was shot, but police have not confirmed his condition. What we do know, though, is the Hamilton County Coroner's Office. They have crews at the scene. So again, this is a live picture right now. As you can see, it does appear that silver car, that silver vehicle in the center there, is related to the shooting in some way. You can see the crime scene tape is still very much up in this area. They've got the road blocked off so that people cannot drive through, and there are detectives and other officers there at the scene, seemingly collecting some evidence as well. We can also tell you that Aiken High School, College Hill Prep Academy, they were put on lockdown mode for a short time just right after the shooting happened a couple of hours ago. Police say the shooting did not happen on the school property. It was really just a precautionary measure in case a suspect was still in that area. Again, though, the Hamilton County Coroner's Office is now at the scene of this shooting. Police have confirmed to us that one man was shot. And as you can see, the crime scene tape was up earlier as well. This is right after the shooting happened when they first responded to the scene. Not a lot of other information available at this point. No information on a suspect. So we'll continue to keep you updated. As you can see, we got that crew out there monitoring this situation. Once we get some more information confirmed, we will bring it to you right here on Fox 19 Now. In the meantime, Megan, we'll send it back over to you.
Jess, thanks. The Bengals, they are back home after that win against the Giants last night. Head coach Zach Taylor talking about it right now. Let's listen in.
Walk off the field, you know, as somebody associated with the offense, feeling like, man, there was a lot of things we got to improve there. And then you really drill it down and, okay, there's some easily correctable stuff that we got to do a better job managing. That'll allow us to play more efficiently. And so, again, very correctable things that I feel confident we can be better at moving forward, that we have been really good at in the past.
You felt like from a guys in one-on-ones perspective, you didn't feel like that ended up being a big issue?
No, don't get me wrong. There were some one-on-ones we didn't win. But just overall, when you just look at the big scheme of things, of pressures and sacks and all those kind of things, there's a lot of things that we can easily clean up. But again, they did. There was a couple snaps where they got the better of us, and they got some really good players, and that's going to happen in games like that. And we don't ever want it to happen, but things that we can overcome.
It's a chicken and the egg question, but does the defense start playing, at a higher level and then have some more confidence and energy, or do they have some more confidence and energy and then they start playing better? What have you seen from them?
I think they've always had that confidence. They've known the truth of what we're capable of, and so again, that's the reality we've seen from our guys throughout the week going into a game. This did not catch us by surprise to see our defense play like that, give up 7 points and do a good job with 2 big fourth down stops and create a turnover in the red zone. So no surprise to us. We got to continue to build off of that. And again, that's why we always sit up here and say it's a long season. You're always going to face that stretch of adversity. We hit a pretty big stretch early on in the season, and now we worked through it, and now we got to be the best version of ourselves going forward.
Did Jordan battle his turn yesterday, earn him more playing time in the future?
He did a good job. We'll continue to work him in as we see fit, but it's good to see anybody get an opportunity to get their snaps and get in there and help us win. And I think we're going to be counting on everybody at different points in this season. So there's a lot of guys I think that are getting a little bit of a taste of it, and you got to continue to build off of that.
Along those lines, Lou and this defensive staff play a lot of different guys in different roles.
Yeah.
How much can that be a strength where you just find a role for a guy on a snap here, a snap there, multiple snaps on the defensive front where you rotate?
Well, it keeps them involved throughout the whole game because they know at any moment, even if they're playing 3 to 10 snaps, my moment could be coming on this third down or this first down, and then you get the taste and they get some confidence going, and then due to injury or opportunity, they get a bigger role, and it doesn't blindside them. They've been in there in big moments and can play good football for us. So I think it's a benefit as much as you can include anybody and everybody, and defensively they do a good job of that, including as many guys as possible.
You don't often see gunners get game balls.
Yeah.
what went into that decision, and what did you see from Tyson that made that feel like he earned that?
Yeah, just really pleased with Tyson coming off an injury, how he's worked himself back, and just giving himself an opportunity to make plays for this team. And that's a jolt of energy. You know, we come off of 3 tough plays offensively. The first one he gets. We have a great punt there by Ryan. And Tyson's in there to really flip the field and turn it into a 55-yard flip. And that's so critical and brings a lot of life. So you go from a situation where we went 3 and out, you know, the juice level's probably down a bit, to all of a sudden you've re-energized the team and the defense can go out there and get a stop. And so just proud of Tyson. That's just, you know, Tyson's a fan favorite in the locker room. He's always worked the right way. He's gone through adversity and just put himself in a really good position to help this team win. And just really proud of him, and he was very deserving of it.
All right, you've been listening in on Bengals head coach Zach Taylor talking about last night's win against the Giants, moving the team's record now to 2-4. Of course, it is on to Cleveland now, where they're going to take on the Browns this Sunday. And just a reminder, this season we are bringing you new Bengals shows and specials, including Bengals Now. You can be a part of it. That show tapes live every Wednesday at 6 at Newport on the Levee. You can meet Bengals players, participate in games, a whole lot more. You can also stay up to date on all things Bengals just by downloading our new sports app. Scan that QR code up on your screen right now, and that's going to take you to all the latest Bengals, Reds, FC Cincinnati information all in one app. Ohio Task Force 1 returns home after a record-long deployment in 2 states. This is a live look at the team's headquarters, where they just arrived about an hour ago. Over the past 3 weeks, 2 major hurricanes made landfall in the U.S., leaving behind a lot of damage and destruction. Task Force 1 was deployed on back-to-back rescue missions for Hurricane Helene and also Milton. They said the last time this happened was back in 2008, so welcome home to them. All right, we want to talk about weather in the tri-state now. It's been a gloomy and very chilly day here. We did have some temperatures almost in the 80s over the weekend, but nowhere close to that now. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer for a look at how long this cooler weather is going to stick around. Steve.
Well, Megan, it's struggling to make it to 55 degrees in most locations. Normal highs right around 70, maybe 69 in some spots. But overall, take a look at the temperature right now, 53 at the International Airport. We haven't been this chilly at this time of day since April 3rd, when the high temperature was only in the upper 40s actually that day. And you can see the low gray stratocumulus clouds, typical of what happens behind a front in the cool season. Just not enough solar energy to mix that cloud cover out of there. So we're going to stay like this for a while. And you can see the scattered light showers, most of it more like sprinkles than anything else. I would be surprised to see any puddles forming from these. And we have a few more that are on the way. We'll see occasional showers in the area tonight. Maybe 2 or 3 for the morning commute, and then during the day tomorrow, some additional shower activity, maybe a little bit more than we have right now. So temperatures right now basically in the 50s. We have 62 in Shelbyville, every other location in the 50s right now. We're talking about temperatures dropping from the 50s to the upper 40s and lower 50s, then into the low and mid 40s for tomorrow morning. So chilly, with a chance for a few light sprinkles out there. No big deal on the rainfall. 7:02 is when the sun sets tonight. We're looking at 53 right now, 49 at 11 p.m. And we have some good news in the First Alert 7-day forecast. I'll have that for you coming up.
Steve, thanks. An investigation is underway after an 18-year-old was killed overnight. What we know about the victim and also the circumstances that led up to the shooting. Plus, it is election season. A look at one Kentucky amendment and the impact it could have on local schools if it's approved.
Fox 19 Now is sponsored by OrthoSensei Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. OrthoSensei is the orthopedic authority.
Some new information now. The Northern Kentucky woman is now facing capital murder charge after her mother's dismembered body was found inside a home in Mount Olivet. Now 32-year-old Toralina Mae Fields is accused of shooting and killing her mother, Trudy Fields. The new indictment says that she then dismembered parts of the body. According to court documents, investigators found multiple body parts inside a warm pot on the kitchen stove. Mae Fields is being held on a $1.5 million bond. Our Brittany Harris, she was in court today and is going to join us live at 5 with more new details that we're learning about this case. Right now, the Cincinnati Police Department is investigating after an 18-year-old was shot and killed in Westwood just last night. Officers were called to the scene on Lakeview Avenue around 10. That's where they found the victim, who was later identified as Caleb Evans, shot. Cincinnati Fire and EMS responded. They tried to save the 18-year-old, but he was pronounced dead there at the scene. Police say Evans's death is a homicide. The investigation remains ongoing. If you have any information, you are asked to contact Cincinnati Police Department. One school superintendent making sure that his students are able to apply to college, the money he uses to make it all possible.
And weather-wise on radar, just a few light showers. They look a lot more ominous on radar than they really are. They're more like sprinkles. Got a chance of this evening, overnight, and a better chance of some rain tomorrow. More on that in the First Alert forecast coming up.
Blink is back this week. It's the first time in 2 years the festival is here in the tri-state, and this year organizers say it's going to be bigger and better than ever. Brenda Ordonez tells us how the Blink team is preparing for this week's festivities.
We're here at Smale Park down in the riverfront, and this is the general area where things are going to be kicking off on Thursday. There's going to be a parade that starts outside of Paycor Stadium, travels all down Mering Way, all the way to Great American Ballpark. And if you're a part of that parade, you're not going to be able to miss the big installations that are going to be right along that path. Take a look at this. This is the Supernova Light Bridge installation. It's relatively new this year. It's right next to the Roebling Suspension Bridge, and it's going to be illuminating the sky all the way from here, Smale Park, to Covington Landing. Now, organizers say that not only is this going to be pleasing to look at, but it's also going to help symbolize unity between the states and the event that's taking place. Now, we also have other installations happening already at Washington Park. Executive Director Justin Brookhart says this piece, along with over 100 more light fixtures, will help illuminate Music Hall like people have never seen it before. He says this is really just some of the things they have planned for this festival. Take a listen.
Large-scale projection installations in some of our beautiful and architecturally significant buildings here in Cincinnati. We'll be projecting onto some of our famous and historic murals as well. Large-scale light installations that they can interact and engage with and get to experience. And then we're going to be adding about 15 new murals to our permanent public art program as well.
Now, this event is going to be really spanning 35 blocks, all the way from Finley Market and OTR to Covington and Newport. It's going to be a busy event attracting millions of people. We do have a list of road closures and the attractions that you can find at this event available on our website, www.fox19.com. For now, in Smale Park with photojournalist Dale Lutz, I'm Brenda Ordonez, Fox 19 Now.
Brenda, thanks. Looks great. Blink Cincinnati, it is a huge event with a lot to see, especially with it expanding into northern Kentucky this year. Fox 19 Now has you covered if you plan to head out. We have a Blink special on the first night of this event this Thursday. Rob Williams and Tricia Mackey, they're both going to be live from Smale Riverfront Park. We're also going to have reporters in all 6 zones so that you can see exactly what's going on everywhere in the city. Again, that special is Thursday night at 10:30. Well, in more local news now, Ohio breweries scored big in the Great American Beer Festival. 7 breweries from the Buckeye State took home awards, some from right here in the area. So according to our partners at the Cincinnati Enquirer, Streetside Brewery on the east side earned a gold medal in the English-style brown ale for its Black Cat's Brew. College Hill's Brink Brewing took its 8th consecutive medal for its Moozy. And to see a full list of winners, just head to greatamericanbeerfestival.com. All right, we want to talk more weather. This is a live look outside right now. It's definitely starting to feel like fall here in the tri-state. It even looks a little bit like fall, if there is such a thing.
And this is absolutely great for Saturday morning soccer games. You know that?
This weekend.
Yeah, I'll bet it was. But it was better Sunday, right?
You know what? It was windy and it almost was colder on Sunday just because of that wind.
Well, life is tough when you have kids that play soccer, I guess. 53 degrees out there right now. We've got what we call stratocumulus. Kind of look like cumulus, like kind of puffy, kind of layered over the sky. So stratocumulus clouds, and they do have some showers in them, but really not much. I want to talk about the tropics right now. So we're out over the Pacific Ocean. We're going to take a look at the system that is developing right out here. They say the system that's coming off of Africa, now in the center of the Atlantic, has a 50% chance of developing to tropical storm or hurricane strength, and then go through the Windward Islands and over toward the Bahamas. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, it could be an issue for Florida, but it's way too early to say anything about that. And then they're also watching here off the coast of Nicaragua and Honduras, another system that could become a tropical system that's got about a 10% chance of getting stronger. So we'll keep an eye on it, let you know way ahead of time if anything does develop that could impact those areas to the south that have been so badly impacted by the tropical weather this year. You've got scattered shower activity in the tri-state. This radar view makes it look a lot more widespread than it is, and it's all very, very light, maybe just enough to wet the ground. As we zoom out, you can see that there is just not much big going on, but the winds are out of the northwest here, so we're going to continue on the cool side, and as soon as we get one of those nights where it cools off in the clear weather, or it clears out in the cool weather, you're going to see the chance of some frost. So let's switch over to model data now. Notice it's exactly as the satellite radar loop shows. So we'll put this into motion, and as we zoom in, what you're going to see here is that we've got some chance of a few sprinkly showers during the overnight and early morning hours, but then this is 4:20 p.m., so on the way home. Now, none of this is heavy. It's all very light rain. Should not have a big impact on your homebound commute, but we do have some showers in the forecast during the day tomorrow. So if you're like my wife and you got the chance to either ride your scooter or drive the car is the way to go for tomorrow. Okay, as far as temperatures go, in the 50s around the tri-state, except for Shelbyville, which is at 62. By the time we get to tomorrow morning, notice a few showers overnight. Temperatures in the 40s, so a chilly start to the day. Sun's down at 7:02. We're at 53 now, and we dropped to 49, so only a 4-degree drop by 11 p.m. and the overnight low 43 with a high tomorrow of 56 degrees. So here's that 7-day forecast. We're looking at a low tonight, 43, 56 tomorrow, 58 on Wednesday. Notice the lows Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday morning, kind of on the edge of cold enough for some frost. So we've got a touch of frost in the forecast each of those mornings. Look at Saturday and Sunday, though. Kind of chilly, not frosty chilly, but kind of chilly both Saturday and Sunday morning, but absolutely spectacular in the afternoon with sunshine and highs in the 70s, and that really nice weather continues on Monday. In the next half hour, we're going to take a look at beyond the 7-day forecast.
Steve, thanks. It is election season. A look at one Kentucky amendment and the impact it could have on local schools if it's approved. And a breakthrough treatment is giving some cancer patients new hope of survival. In today's Health Minute, a look at the therapy and why researchers are calling it personalized. Happening tonight, Link NKY and Educated NKY are hosting a forum to talk about Amendment 2 and how it could be implemented in Northern Kentucky school districts. So that measure would give parents a choice in education opportunities for their kids by allowing the General Assembly to use public money to support education costs for K-12 students outside of just public schools. Tonight, the organizations are inviting community members to the Kenton County Public Library at 5:30 to have an in-depth conversation. It's free if you want to attend, and it goes until 7:30 tonight. Now, if passed, lawmakers would have to change Kentucky's constitution next year, giving them the opportunity to propose new bills about schools. Amendment 2 faces opposition, including from Kentucky Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman.
A vote for Amendment 2 is a vote to give a blank check to the General Assembly. Now, this is the same General Assembly that has repeatedly failed to fulfill its constitutional duty to adequately and equitably support a system of common schools.
Now, those who support Amendment 2, like some private schools, feel it's going to give lawmakers a chance to make change that can prove to be a good thing in the long run.
I think it gives the opportunity for our lawmakers to explore options for supporting all students in the state of Kentucky through educational funding. What that looks like, we're not sure, but I do think that providing funding where parents have a choice would be an optimal thing for our students.
Charter schools are legal in Kentucky, but under current constitution, they cannot receive state funding. More than 100 people have now been arrested in connection with a sex trafficking ring here in Ohio. The ties that some of them have to the tri-state. Plus, recovery efforts continue following Hurricane Helene and Milton, while one organization said it had to stop rendering aid to people in North Carolina. And here's a live look outside. Gloomy and chilly conditions across the tri-state. Chief Meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer is going to be timing out more cool weather for us next at 4:30.
Now at 4:30, city leaders reach a settlement with a council member's aide. What led up to it next?
And it's getting cold here in the tri-state. How long these temperatures are going to last and when we could see some rain in the forecast. And a human trafficking bus lands more than 100 people in handcuffs. How state officials say they were able to catch them all.
From the station that's always local, always now. This is Fox 19 Now.
The city of Cincinnati has reached a settlement with a council member's aide. Thanks for sticking around with us now at 4:30. I'm Megan O'Rourke. Jessica Schmidt is at the alert desk with what we know at this point. Jess.
Yeah, so our partners over at the Cincinnati Enquirer looked into this and found that the city of Cincinnati agreed to an $11,000 taxpayer settlement with that aide. So the settlement is with Nakia Futel, Cincinnati City Councilwoman Anna Albie's aide. Now, per the Enquirer, she secretly recorded Albie, which is a violation of city policy. Instead of disciplining the aide, which is what was recommended by the Human Resources Department, city leaders allowed her to resign and had her sign the settlement in exchange for agreeing not to sue. The settlement gives Futel some vacation time, sick leave, and paid time off until December 1st, and at that point she has to officially resign. The city solicitor told the Enquirer that anytime the city faces a potential lawsuit, they consider the cost of defending it, which can lead to a settlement like this one. The Enquirer found that Albie had put Futel on a performance improvement plan, and then Futel complained about the council member to the HR department, which is what launched the investigation. But city documents show what was found was that it was Futel who had violated city policy. At the alert desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
Jess, thanks. New at 4:30. More than 130 people are facing charges after a massive statewide sex operation sting in Ohio. Today, the Attorney General's office released some new details about that investigation and also what's next. Police body cameras were rolling as investigators from around Ohio took part in Operation End Ohio Human Trafficking.
We don't want this in our neighborhoods. We don't want this for the people in our community, and it has to stop.
The operation was led by the Ohio Attorney General's office and 8 human trafficking and major crime task forces, including the Montgomery County Human Trafficking Task Force. In total, 132 people were arrested and charged with engaging in prostitution or solicitation, seeking commercial sex with a minor, or possessing narcotics. Among them, 25-year-old Giari Beard from Cincinnati, 67-year-old John Vanetti of West Alexandria, and 63-year-old Michael Waugh from Waverly.
Human trafficking cases are a little bit like other high-end criminal offenses, racketeering or bulk weight narcotics sales. So the stings don't produce typically those high-end arrests. What they do is produce the cases that end up producing the leads that lead to those. We need to work up the food chain. Rest assured that we will.
Attorney General Dave Yost says this is all part of a larger investigation effort. He says these cases will go to court now, and help is going to be offered to the 74 people identified as victims.
I've been doing this for 5 years. I've never come across one girl that says she enjoys doing this. Every single time, they'll break down crying, say, no, I only do this because I need to feed my addiction.
AG Yost says the fact of the matter is there's no human trafficking unless people are buying sex. And he says it's up to all of us to be vigilant and report suspicious behavior.
You see somebody checking into a hotel, a couple, and neither of them have any luggage. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's human trafficking going on, but it might be.
So to make it easier to report, the operation was named after the state's new human trafficking hotline. That number is 844-END-OHHT. We do have that information for you on our website right now, fox19.com.
Little bits of hope when the guys finally show up and start hauling this stuff away, which has been sitting here for almost 3 weeks.
In the past 3 weeks, we have had 2 major hurricanes make landfall in the U.S. 3 weeks ago, Hurricane Helene caused widespread damage in states like North Carolina and Georgia, killing nearly 300 people. And then just last week, Hurricane Milton ripped through Florida, killing almost 20 there and leaving, of course, more destruction. Now residents are starting to put their lives back together, and some say that they had up to 10 inches of rain when they returned to their homes. According to Duke Energy, thousands of people in Florida are still without power as we speak. This is a look at the Duke Energy outage map there. You can see communities near Tampa and Orlando. There are thousands of outages reported. And while people in Florida are getting back on track, FEMA just announced that it's been ordered to pause relief efforts for several impacted areas in North Carolina. The Ashe County Sheriff says some FEMA operations were paused in the county out of an abundance of caution on Sunday. The County Emergency Management Office says that this was due to threats in some counties. The pauses came amid misinformation about responses to recent storms. Assistance was expected to resume today, but as of right now, it's not clear if that's actually happening. Talking weather here in the tri-state, it's been a gloomy and chilly day so far. Not a great start to the work week, Steve. Is it going to get any better? Are we going to see any sunshine?
It's going to be a spectacular end to the work week with a great looking weekend coming our way. So you've got a lot to look forward to. Unfortunately, this just isn't what most people look forward to. It's only 53 degrees right now. We haven't been this cold at this hour of the afternoon since April 3rd. So it's been a while. You're not accustomed to it. And that's one of the reasons it feels so unusually cold. You can see a few showers pushing south and eastward and weakening as they do. Get rid of the cloud cover and you can see those showers much, much better. Now we're going to take a look at a few of those close up. So this shower activity came through Anderson Township, is now in Tate Township, just north across the river from Foster, Kentucky, moving into Lewis Township in Brown County with a little bit extra shower activity from southern Highland on into northern parts of the southern part of Brown and northern Adams, and then up to the north a few more showers that are moving through the Wilmington area right now. We'll head into Highland County and that. So we've got a few showers here and there around the tri-state. Temperatures right now in the 50s with the exception of Shelbyville, which is 62. We're looking at temperatures in the upper 40s to lower 50s by 11 o'clock and low to middle 40s as you head out the door with the chance of a few sprinkles around the tri-state. More on all that coming up.
Steve, thanks. Today is Indigenous Peoples Day, also known as Columbus Day. The day recognizes contributions of those who lived here before Columbus discovered America. Because this is a federal holiday, the Federal Reserve and banks are closed, but trading markets are still open. The U.S. Postal Service and state government offices are also closed in observation. However, grocery stores like Walmart, Kroger, Target, they are open as well.
It's a breakthrough treatment giving some cancer patients new hope.
CAR T-cell therapy has really brought hope for a lot of patients. It's a personalized therapy.
And now researchers believe they have found a way to make it even better. Details next in today's Health Minute.
Here at the stadium, the Bengals are back from New York after a win on Sunday Night Football. What Zach Taylor is saying about the win in the upcoming week. We are live at 5 with that story.
CAR T-cell therapy has revolutionized the treatment of certain blood cancers. The cells are genetically enhanced versions of a patient's own cancer-fighting cells, offering a personalized approach that targets and destroys tumor cells. Dan Wells tells us about the new approach that's helping to keep patients cancer-free for longer.
First, there was chemo, then radiation, and now CAR T-cell therapy, one of the newest ways to track down and kill cancer.
You would take some blood from patients, you take the immune cells out, specifically T cells, and then you engineer them so that they recognize tumor cells, and then you put them back.
But for many, CAR T-cell therapy is not a permanent solution.
Almost everyone will initially respond, and a lot of patients becomes tumor-free in terms of you can't detect anything. But then unfortunately, they start relapsing down the road.
Molecular biologist Mohammed Rashidin says that because the CAR T cells become exhausted, they stop tracking down and killing cancer cells. Researchers at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute have developed a new technique, CAR enhancers, or CAR-E, that could make CAR T cells stay active longer.
And ideally, we want them to form memory so that they'll ensure that the cancer will not relapse.
CAR T-cell therapies do not work on solid tumors and are often used later in treatment because they're personalized, expensive, and have side effects. Researchers are working to make them more accessible, safer, and to secure sufficient funding to initiate a phase 1 clinical trial. For today's Health Minute, I'm Dan Wells, Fox 19 Now.
Well, it's almost time for Halloween, and one tri-state home is going all out to celebrate. When and where, you can check it out. And one superintendent using his bonus to help kids get into college. Why he says he started doing this some 6 years ago. With the help of your submissions every day here on Fox 19 Now at 4, we like to honor veterans, service members, and first responders. So today we want to tell you about a few of them. First, we have to recognize 2 service members, both nominated by Angie Lennox. First, we have her son, Sergeant James Sims. Angie says he's a member of the U.S. Army, and she wants him to know just how proud of him she is, his selflessness and also dedication to protecting our country. Next, she tells us she would like to nominate her son-in-law, John Robbie Bingaman. He's a firefighter and EMT. She says he does his job with so much passion, and she is so proud of him. So John and James, from all of us here at Fox 19 Now, thank you for your service. And next, we want to update you on a service member who we actually recognized last week. You may remember service member Mark Hatfield. He was nominated by his mom, Kim. At the time, we didn't have a whole lot of information to share except for which branch he served in. But Kim, she resubmitted Mark with more information. So now we know that Mark served in the U.S. Army. He enlisted young at 18 years old. When he joined the service, he was deployed to Iraq. After that, Kim says that he came home and joined the Kentucky National Guard. He now, though, is enjoying a well-deserved retired life. So Mark Hatfield, thank you so much for your service. And if you would like to nominate someone, all you have to do is scan the QR code there on your screen. You do need to submit a photo, the person's name, a message about them, and also what branch they served in. Just a reminder, you can also tell us about a first responder like a police officer, firefighter, or EMS personnel. You can submit through our website as well. Just visit fox19.com/pics. One local family is going above and beyond to bring Halloween fun to the area. Our Ken Baker is kicking it in Fairfield with the family behind Broomstick Hallow.
Kicking It with Ken is sponsored by AE Door and Window.
Guys, it's almost time. Happy Halloween. Is it too early to say? I don't think so, because I think we're a couple weeks away. I have to tell you about this fun house in Fairfield called Broomstick Hollow. Check it out. We're talking to the homeowner, Nicole. 6 years of broomstick, right?
That's right.
Where did you come up with the name Broomstick Hollow? What does it mean?
Well, I wanted a fun, unique name, so I just wrote down a whole list of Halloween-themed names or words and just started putting combinations together and came up with Broomstick Hollow.
I love this. So you made like everything here. Well, I guess if we had to put a percentage on how much of this that you made, what would you say?
99%.
99. So you made this, what you said, Bathtub Betty, is that right?
Bathtub Betty, that's right.
I love it. So you got some foam. What are those little bubble things there?
They're actually Christmas ornaments.
Christmas. Is this stuff, I guess for the people watching at home, is it hard to make, or do you think it's, what was the hardest thing about putting this entire thing together?
For me, the hardest thing is animated things. So adding motors to things to get them to work, because it makes a little bit of sense to me, but I definitely have a lot of trial and error there.
For sure. Let's walk down a little bit. So come Halloween night, and when people can visit, what do? Do they walk through it? Do they stay on the sidewalk?
No, it's all specifically sidewalk, or strictly sidewalk, because I have a lot of cables and cords and everything throughout. And everything is geared to be viewed from the sidewalk.
And this is not like something's going to jump out and get you, right?
No, not at all. I don't like gore and jump scares, so I don't build it with that. So it's family friendly, it's kid friendly.
How many people, this is my last question, do you think come to the area will pass through Broomstick Hollow this year?
Oh, several hundred.
Yeah.
Several hundred. Halloween trick-or-treat night alone, I'll have about 300 kids, so it's, that many families.
I guess every year it gets bigger and better, right?
It sure does.
What is going to be the big thing for next year?
Well, I have a large list, so you may have to just tune in to see.
Tune in to see. All right, where do we get our information, and when are you open?
On Facebook at Broomstick Hollow. On YouTube, it's past videos under Broomstick Hollow. I'm open every Friday and Saturday night from 7 to 10, weather permitting.
I love it. All right, with that, we'll send it back to you.
Something to Smile About is sponsored by Chick-fil-A of Greater Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky.
This is about just honoring our kids and saying to them that when you do the right thing, we're here as a community, and certainly my family and I are here to support you. Boom! Georgia Tech, here we come.
So a superintendent in Georgia donates his bonus to students for the 6th year in a row. Grant Rivera gives money from his bonus to seniors looking to apply for colleges. It helps to cover the application fee so that students they could try furthering their education with less financial burden. He says he hopes to support as many students as he can regardless of their chosen path. It gets expensive to do that.
Oh, yeah, but that's a great gesture. Good for him. I was a teacher for about 1.5 years, and the hardest job I have ever had. It's just tough.
Oh, for sure. Definitely underappreciated. I know when I applied for colleges, I would only apply to like a handful because you had to do each one individually. Now there are websites that allow you to apply.
Yeah, and send a check to each one for the entry fee and all that. And yeah, same with me. I think I did 3.
Which is great now that it's easier and you can send them off so much faster, but I'm sure it adds up a whole lot quicker too. All right, so check this one out. This weekend in Louisville, nearly 500 athletes competed in a Special Olympics regional bowling tournament. They had a singles division along with a unified competition. That's where bowlers can compete with a partner, often a parent or sibling.
They consider this as being with their friends, a social event. Not so much if I win first or second. I'm here with my friends and I'm having a great time. So that's the best part.
For sure. Well, Special Olympics Kentucky says that bowling is actually one of their most popular sports, drawing more than 1,500 athletes in each year. Wow. The state tournament is expected to kick off in December. Pretty impressive. I love the paired too, the unified.
Yeah. I've got a soft spot in my heart for bowling because my dad was on bowling leagues and he used to drag me along to Madison Bowl in the Oakley area. And I remember night after night after night. When I tried bowling, never could quite get very good.
I'm more of like the bumper kind of girl, for sure. Not bad weather to go to a bowling alley. Stay inside and out of this chill. It's funny to move back towards more indoor activities.
Yeah, I'm sure that bowling alleys like it when it's really hot and humid and really cold so that they have people come in. So I might try that again. I'm a left-handed bowler, so there aren't too many of those.
Why does it look like nighttime right now?
Because the weather is evil. It's kind of a Halloween look.
It is. Those clouds look pretty ominous.
Yeah, it's just a very thick cloud cover. It's covering the sun in a specific way so that no rays are getting through, and it just looks really ominous. We do have some light showers in the area, but nothing that would qualify as a storm. And now we're looking toward the west from our tower cam, and I wanted to point out, you see these little things right here? We'll look at them close up in the next half hour. Those are smokestacks from the power plants in the river valley over in southeast Indiana. So that gives you an idea of scale and how far you can see. But complex sky out there with a lot of cloud cover, still 53 degrees at the International Airport. You can see the shower activity pushing south and eastward here. And you can also see some thicker cloud cover. See this bright white there? That's that thicker cloud cover we just saw on tower cam. It doesn't have any rain in downtown Cincinnati, but we do have some shower activity that you can see better now that the cloud cover's gone. We'll zoom in. And you can see the southeastern part of Claremont County over into Brown County, right there along the county line. Pretty good shower activity. A little bit to the southwest of Winchester, moving out of the Morristown area. If you look to the north, we've got scattered showers in Harlan Township, northeastern Claremont County. We're talking about near Memphis, that's just outside of Clinton County. Temperatures now in the 50s around the tri-state, except for Shelbyville, which is balmy at 62. And we are talking about a chilly night tonight. Take a look at this. Temperatures by 10 o'clock, upper 40s to lower 50s, so not that much different than now. And by tomorrow morning, low 40s to upper 40s around the tri-state with cloudy skies and a few sprinkly showers around the area. Not enough to really impact that morning commute. 53 right now, dropping by 11 o'clock to 49. Look, the winds are light at 5 miles an hour, so not a blustery evening by any stretch of the imagination. 43 the overnight low. That'll be right here about 8 a.m. Sun's up at 7:47. And the high tomorrow, 56. Another chilly day. And remember that I said the last time we've been this cold at this time of day, at 53, the current temperature was on the 3rd of April. So it's been a while. And this is a trail. I was playing around looking for spots to shoot leaves when they turn color. This is a trail in Alt Park, some great trails, and that's a beautiful park. Been going there since before I was born. My mom and dad used to date down there, and when they were married, they would do picnics in Alt Park when I had not yet been born. 56, 58 for Tuesday and Wednesday. Morning lows Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in the upper 30s. Each of those days we could see a touch of frost. Not widespread, not everywhere, not killing, but a little bit of an indication of what's to come. Temperatures rebound. Look at this. Mornings over the weekend, kind of chilly, but look at the afternoon. Spectacular. Sunshine in 70s and then 73 as we head into Friday. And if you look at the 7 days beyond that, from the 22nd over to the 28th, we've got a small chance of a shower Tuesday and Wednesday, the 22nd, 23rd, an increasing chance of rainfall as we head toward the 28th. And notice temperatures, they're all a little bit above normal for this time of year. So nothing really big, no early winter, no late summer, just kind of a normal couple of weeks heading our way.
Steve, thanks. Residents in Florida continue to clean up after Hurricane Milton tore through the state. We're going to be checking in with a local group that spent some time helping storm victims. And a high-profile trial just getting underway in Indiana. What started today in the courtroom connected to the Delphi murder case. Have you seen this? Royal Caribbean is raising its automatic gratuity rate on cruises by 50 cents a person. So for suite passengers, the recommended rate is now going to be $21 a day starting next month, with a rate of $18.50 a day for non-suite passengers. Those gratuities are distributed then among crew members, including in dining, bar, culinary, and hotel services and stateroom attendants. Gratuities are automatically added to the onboard accounts of passengers who can then increase or decrease them. Those increases go into effect November 1st. New data shows a sales drop in vinyl record sales of more than 30% just this year compared to last. The sharp decline comes after nearly a decade of steady growth for the music format. The drop in sales isn't just being seen in vinyl either. All traditional music formats, ranging from CD sales to digital purchases, have seen drops ranging from 8 to 19%. That's it for the 4. The 5 starts now.
From the station that's always local, always now. This is Fox 19 Now.
And now at 5 o'clock, an accused serial exposer is now behind bars after being considered a wanted man for several months. Jessica Schmidt is at the alert desk with those details for us.
So we can tell you now that 37-year-old Robert Hayes is facing several charges in Hamilton County, including public indecency and falsification. Now, police put out an alert about Hayes back in August, saying at the time that he was wanted and they were trying to track him down. Court records show he's accused of exposing himself twice in January of this year. Police say the first time he was seen touching himself inappropriately on a public sidewalk, and a woman who witnessed it told investigators that she felt threatened. Later that same month, police say he exposed himself at a hotel and purposely did it in a way where guests there and staff members could see him. Now, court records show Hayes had already been convicted of public indecency twice before being accused of these new charges, so police say he also had violated his probation. His bond right now is set at $50,000. At the Alert Desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
Jess, thanks so much. And continuing coverage now out of Florida, where cleanup efforts continue after back-to-back hurricanes. 3 million customers lost power during Hurricane Milton. Florida officials say that they expect electricity to be fully restored by tomorrow night. Now, Ohio Task Force 1, they arrived home today, 21 days after the team left to help with Hurricane Helene relief efforts, and then ended up staying to help with Milton after it hit last week. Our Alexis Martin met them at their warehouse as they arrived home. She joins us live there now. Alexis, how was that homecoming? I have to imagine pretty happy and relieved to be back.
Yes, everybody was very excited to be back. You can see some of them are still kind of leaving behind me right now. Now, they did tell me, the task force leader says this is one of their longest deployments yet. He tells me they started in Florida when Hurricane Helene hit. Then they traveled up to North Carolina, and then they were back in Florida to help with Milton. Jeffrey Newman is a fire captain for Sycamore Township when he isn't working as a task force leader for Ohio Task Force 1, which is a search and rescue team managed by FEMA. He tells me their crew started in Orlando, Florida 3 weeks ago. After Orlando, they headed to Tampa, where they searched around 20,000 structures in just 15 hours following Hurricane Helene. After being released by the state of Florida, the task force headed to North Carolina, where they continue to help people impacted there. After being released by North Carolina, their mission wasn't over yet. They headed back toward Orlando to help as Hurricane Milton increased in strength. Newman says they worked to bring closure to as many families as they could. He says coming back to Florida the second time was difficult.
Met a lot of people while we were staged in Orlando that had evacuated the first time from Helene, but unfortunately they didn't make it through Milton this time. So it was very sad, but they were very appreciative that we were there to help them.
Newman says the people of Florida and North Carolina are resilient. He says they're going to recover and rebuild. Live in Dayton with photojournalist Sydney Bellum, I'm Alexis Martin, Fox 19 Now.
Alexis, thanks. It is a winning Monday for the Bengals and a win they very much needed. Zach Taylor just spoke about that Sunday night victory a few minutes ago. Joe Daneman and Reagan Holgate, they are live at the stadium now with more on what he had to say. I thought he looked a little bit, let's just say relaxed, relieved maybe.
Yeah, you know, that's funny you mentioned the word relieved because that's the word I used with Zach Taylor. I said, do you feel relieved? And he said, I don't want to use that word because that would make it think we didn't expect to go there. Right. And win on Sunday Night Football against the Giants. And the Bengals did get that win. And Reagan, there have been so many eyeballs and so many arrows on the Bengals defense. For them to perform the way they did Sunday night, you start thinking about the big picture and a team that could possibly go on a run here. If they get the defense playing like they did last night, I think the offense will take care of itself and this team has a chance.
No, I think that was huge, and especially I know, again, it's the New York Giants. They were missing a few key players on the offensive side of the ball, but still to hold any team in the National Football League to 7 points is something that this defense should positively take away from this win, right?
Okay, so let's show some of the video from Sunday night in New York when the Bengals beat the Giants 17-7 and understand what they have coming up next now is Cleveland. And I had my one-on-one with Zach Taylor that you'll see on Thursday night on Bengals Now. We talked about this team and the importance of going to Cleveland and winning. We all get it. The Browns have had the Bengals number, especially in Cleveland. But after beating New York and the defense showing up playing the way they did, the question to Zach Taylor is, can this team still get to the point where the offense, the defense, and the special teams play together well on the same night?
I think we'll get there. You know, I think it was good to see our defense play the way from start to finish. Offensively, had some positive moments to continue to build off of. I think special teams had some big moments as well. And so I mean, it's hard in this league to have a game where you come out in all three phases feeling like, man, we really got them in all three phases because we're playing some good teams. But obviously there's more as a team we can give. But again, pleased with the environment we went into, found a way to win in the fourth quarter, did some positive things there, build off of that going into the division game this week.
And Zach Taylor told me, look, they've known the truth of what this defense can be. And maybe that's a head coach saying nice things about his team, but they certainly did show what they're capable of. Having a healthy defensive line makes a big difference, and we saw that for the Bengals on Sunday night.
Complementary football is what we call it. Again, where all things are working offensively, defensively, and on special teams. I don't think we've seen it from the Bengals so far through 6 weeks. So can we see it heading into Cleveland? We will find out this weekend. But for now, reporting live here from Paycor Stadium, that's Joe Daneman. I'm Reagan Holgate with photojournalist Austin Brisky. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Joe, you said something interesting there when you said Cleveland has had the Bengals number these last couple years, really. How big is this game, in your opinion, for Sunday?
So this is one of those games the Bengals should win. We've all seen Cleveland so far this year. They look like a mess right now with Deshaun Watson playing quarterback, but the defense is always the Cleveland defense, and they are expected to get Nick Chubb back. The one thing the Bengals have to be better at to dig out of a 1-4 start, they have to play better in division this year. They were miserable in the AFC North last year. They've been bad in the AFC North even during this great run with Joe Burrow. So to go to Cleveland and have this be a statement about a team that's going to play better against in-division opponents this season, I think that's why this is big on Sunday. You can't give Cleveland hope, right, that they can beat the Bengals. They got to be able to take care of a team with Deshaun Watson playing the way he is right now.
They always seem to pull it together for the Bengals. Why? All right, thanks so much, guys. Well, Bengals Now tapes every Wednesday at Newport on the Levee, and you can come and be a part of the crowd if you want to. You can interact with your favorite Bengals players and also compete for prizes. That show airs Thursday nights at 11:30. And our second show, Bengals Breakdown, airs every Sunday night at 11:30. Don't miss either of them. They're great. Well, this weekend, temps, they were near 80 degrees, but now it is not at all. It is starting to feel very much fall-like. It also looks very fall-like in this shot, almost a little bit like Halloween there, Steve.
Yeah, it still looks kind of dark out there, and if we look to the west, you can see some thinner cloud cover, and you see all this? This is effluent from the power plant smokestacks over in southeast Indiana along the river. We can see those, and that really kind of helps you gauge exactly which way you're looking, and that's almost due west of our tower cam. 54 degrees out there right now, so we're up to 54, the official high, and it's preliminary until we get through a couple more hours, is 55 so far at CVG, and it's been a while since we've been that cold for a high temperature. There you see what's left of the shower activity heading off to the south and east, dying out as it does. Nothing's really heavy. It's all pretty light stuff, and we are going to see a few more showers overnight and tomorrow morning. A much better chance tomorrow afternoon and evening. Temperatures right now in the 50s in our viewing area, 61 in Shelbyville. They're not in our viewing area. We drop from the low 50s and upper 40s by tomorrow morning with a few showers in the area to the low and upper 40s around the tri-state. So a chilly start to the day. We've got some frosty weather on the way, but before we get to the weekend, for the weekend, things are looking, we'll talk about it when I come back.
Steve, thanks. A woman facing charges with her mother's death appears in court. Brittany Harry has the update for us on that case. And a high-profile trial just getting underway in Indiana was started in the courtroom connected to the Delphi murder case.
Fox 19 Now, sponsored by Champion Windows. 35% off windows going on now. Always local, always now. Trisha Mackey, Megan O'Rourke, Jessica Schmidt at the Alert Desk, and Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer. You're watching Fox 19 Now.
It's being called one of the highest profile murder trials in Indiana history. Richard Allen is accused of murdering 2 teen girls in Delphi, Indiana back in 2017. We've been covering this case ever since then. So jury selection in that trial started today. It's expected to take several days still. To ensure an unbiased jury pool, jurors will be picked from Allen County, more than 100 miles away from Carroll County, where this happened. Allen was arrested 2 years ago in the deaths of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German. The 2 best friends, they were hiking after school when they disappeared. Their bodies were discovered the next day. It took 5 years for authorities to make an arrest in the case. That trial is expected to take about 6 weeks. Still ahead, a woman facing charges in a death investigation and dismemberment case appearing in court. The details on the charges she's now facing.
And weather-wise, the last of the showers for now, starting to move out of the Fox 19 Now viewing area. Got some more on the way tomorrow. We'll time them out when I come back.
$500 spay and neuter procedures in 5 days. That's the goal of the Humane Association of Warren County as they're getting set to announce a major event this November. Ken Brown has a story first now on Fox 19, and he is in Lebanon rather, with more on how they're bringing in help to get it all done.
It's a really interesting event for the Humane Association of Warren County behind me here, because there's been so many instances where we've stood in front of this very shelter and talked about how they're at capacity because of hoarding situations that they've been dealing with. And this event could help curb those issues.
It's a constant struggle for shelters and rescues in our area.
The struggle is keeping up with the animals who aren't fixed that keep breeding, but the Warren County Humane Association's 500 in 5 event may help with that. The goal is to spay and neuter 500 pets in just 5 short days.
We schedule for the entire month, and every single day we have a line that goes out the door. And most of the time we're turning down 20, 25 people each time because the prices of just a basic spay and neuter surgery have gone up so much.
Hurley tells us this event will be much more affordable and cost just $25 per pet for a procedure that normally costs hundreds of dollars. The Humane Association has partnered with Bissell, and they've rented out a facility at the Warren County Fairgrounds to set up essentially an assembly line.
These guys have perfected it, and including the flow of it. So there will be a table where the animals are being put under, then they will be moved to the surgery table, then they will be moved to recovery. It's a well-oiled machine, and that should take about 5 minutes per pet.
The event will run from November 11th to November 15th, and Hurley says strays and animals who get loose from their homes can breed and compound issues for shelters across our region, so getting those animals fixed helps control the population and helps keep kennels at the shelter free.
A lot of times people do just want to give us entire litters of dogs and cats. During cat and kitten season, I mean, we have 200 plus cats here. And the reason is because they don't get spayed or neutered.
They're still working out a lot of the details on this event, so they're asking people to check back with their social media pages and their website in early November if you're interested in registering your pet. Reporting in Lebanon, Ken Brown, Fox 19 Now.
Ken, thanks. We are starting off the week with some rain chances both today and tomorrow. Then later on, we're going to see a warm up just in time for Blink this weekend. We want to bring in the chief now for a look at that forecast. You said it's going to be great by the end of the week.
Oh, it looks really good for Blink. Not so much Thursday. Thursday's going to be kind of chilly, so if you're going to Thursday and you like warm weather, won't be a real great evening. But as we head into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, back into the 70s, so pleasantly cool evenings is the way I would put it for Blink. Again, this is the power stack smoke from the power plants in southeast Indiana. Clouds are starting to break up a little bit, so we're going to go into a dry episode, and then we'll have the chance for a few more showers overnight. It is now up to 54 degrees. Normal high now, and I mentioned earlier it was around 70. I looked it up. It's actually 68 is the normal high for today. So we're 14 degrees cooler than normal. And you can see the very light sprinkly shower activity heading to the south and east. If we get rid of the cloud cover, you can see that the showers, you can see them much better than with the cloud cover on there. And again, you've got showers in the northern part of Clinton County, a few now in southwestern Highland County, up here in the northern Panhandle of Brown County, down south of Georgetown, a few in the northern part of Adams County, and they're all dying out. It's more like sprinkles than anything else out there. Here's a little bit closer look, so you can see from Georgetown to south of the Ohio River, north of West Union up over to Peebles. That stuff's heading south and eastward. Morristown getting a little bit of a sprinkle as is New Market right now. And then up to the north. Now, it's kind of hard to tell where it is because when you get close to radar, it doesn't show it very well. But we do have some showers over parts of Clinton County also. And then off to the far to the south and east, you can see shower activity that was here east of Sinking Spring now continues to move off to the south and east. Now, the tropics are active once again. And I think I hit the wrong button, so we're going to try and go back to that really quickly. If not, I'll look at it in the next half hour. There we go. Okay, so the tropics are getting active once again. And what we have here is, Steve made a mistake, so we'll get back to it in the next half hour. Temperatures in the 50s, and we'll look at what's going on in the tropics and how that may impact the southern United States. So temperatures in the 50s right now with 61 at Shelbyville. Temperatures will drop overnight a little bit down into the low and upper 40s because of the blanket of cloud cover. It won't get that cold. We'll have a few sprinkly showers in the area for the morning commute, and then a little bit more widespread rain coming our way for the homebound commute. 54 right now, dropping to 49 by 11 p.m. The sun's down at 7:02, and then it's back up at 7:47 with temperatures dropping off to about 43. There'll be a few spots in the upper 30s, but most areas will stay in the low 40s with that cloud cover out there. So roads tomorrow morning wet in a few spots, but mostly dry. Just a few light showers in the area. Temperatures will be in the low 40s as you head out the door. And then we head for a high of only 56 degrees. So that's another 12 degrees colder than normal. Here's that 7-day forecast. Low tonight 43, high tomorrow 56, 37 and 58 for Wednesday, 36 and 39 for the lows Thursday and Friday. So this 3-day stretch, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the chance for a little bit of light frost, spotty, not a killing frost. Look at Saturday and Sunday. We do make it up to 69 Friday, so not a bad evening there, but great weather Saturday and Sunday. Chilly in the morning, nice and sunny in the afternoon, and that continues on into Monday. In the next half hour, we're going to go beyond the 7-day forecast.
Steve, thanks. Cincinnati Public Schools asking for feedback from parents, how you can make your voice heard. And new lawsuits filed against Sean Diddy Combs. Who's representing the people filing these latest allegations? Right now, Cincinnati Public Schools is doing a school climate survey. District officials say that this is going to help them and school administrators to evaluate what is working and the areas that still need their focus. You can take that survey now through the 25th. It's going to ask you questions about your attitude and experience with different aspects of the school's environment, including staff connectedness, learning structures, school safety, physical environment, peer and adult relations, and also parent involvement. School staff members and families should have gotten an email. Students will take the survey at school. You can then find more information on the district's website. Well, M's Bread Bakery in Findlay Market is closing after 8 years. No reason was given for the closure, but our partners at the Enquirer reached out to the owners. So far, they have not gotten a response. While M's operated out of Findlay Market since 2015, the bakery was initially established in 1993 when the owner, a mother of 3, decided to use her mom's sourdough starter to bake and sell bread so that she could work from home and still be involved in her kids' activities. Still ahead at 5:30, we're learning new information about a man arrested at a Trump rally over the weekend. And we're going to be checking in at local early voting locations ahead of the November election.
From the station that's always local, always now. This is Fox 19 Now.
A Robertson County woman is now charged with murder in connection with her own mother's death. 32-year-old Toralina Fields was scheduled for an arraignment today, but since her indictment was filed this morning, she wasn't in court. Family members who were there tell us that they were hoping to see her to try and see what kind of state she's in. We do want to warn you, the details of the story are disturbing. Brittany Harry has more now from the indictment.
A godly Christian woman.
That's how family members describe Trudy Fields, a longtime Robertson County resident who was allegedly killed and dismembered by her daughter, Toralina Fields, last week.
It's one thing to find out your family member's been murdered, but I mean, it's a whole other thing for the details and stuff. I mean, it's just literally unimaginable is unimaginable.
A new indictment claims Toralina shot Trudy in the head and stabbed her multiple times. Court records alleged Toralina then placed some of her mother's body parts in the oven and heated them, quote, until they were charred. The indictment also alleges a dog was tortured and killed.
How do you say, I'm so sad and I want justice for my family member, but I'm so sad because is my other family member not okay? Where do we go? We are way in a gray area there.
Toralina was living in California for a while to pursue acting, according to her family. They say she was also into witchcraft. Family members say she recently suffered a brain injury in a motorcycle crash. That's what brought her back home to Kentucky in August, where she had been living with her mother, Trudy, since.
Like I said, it was a surprise to all of us that she was back here, and we think that Trudy was trying to help her with whatever she had going on mentally.
And that was Brittany Harry reporting. Now, Toralina is scheduled for a preliminary hearing in Robertson County October 23rd. Today, she was appointed a public defender and entered a plea of not guilty. A former Indiana sheriff is off to prison for using millions in local money to pay for vacations, concerts, cars, and more. Jessica Schmidt has more on his sentencing from the Alert Desk.
So former Clark County, Indiana Sheriff Jamie Knoll is going to spend 12 years in prison after taking a plea deal in this case. Indiana State Police believe that he used a credit card that belonged to fire and EMS departments to rack up more than $2 million in personal expenses. That included things like vacations, concerts, food, alcohol, Rolex watches, and more than 100 cars. Knoll pleaded guilty to 27 of the 31 charges he was initially facing, which included counts of theft, tax evasion, and money laundering. During the sentencing today, 21 people gave victim impact statements, including some first responders. The former sheriff also spoke and apologized to his family, his voters, and to taxpayers.
It's all my fault. And my family had no knowledge of the business that I was running, or how I was running it, or whether or not I had the right to tell them how they could spend their money or use their credit cards.
I think it's time for this community to move on from Jamie Knoll. All of Southern Indiana has been caught under his shadow of deceit, and it's time for him to move on. It's time for all of us to heal from that.
So Knoll will be on probation for 3 years after he is released from prison. At the Alert Desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
Jess, thanks. We are now in the second week of early voting for the 2024 election in Ohio and Indiana. Our Alexis Martin went to the Hamilton County Board of Election to see what voter turnout's been like in this first week.
I loved the early vote. I mean, it's like a party atmosphere here, you know, with the pit, as they call it, and people coming and going.
Antonia Davina says her family has always taken voting very seriously. She says the convenience, ease, and friendliness of the poll workers makes early voting a great option.
Started to vote early just a few years ago, but now I do it all the time. So I don't leave anything till that last day.
Sherry Pullen with the Hamilton County Board of Elections says in just the first week of early voting, they're seeing a record-breaking turnout.
In 2020 presidential election, we saw a little over 80,000 voters appear at the Board of Elections during the 4 weeks leading up to Election Day. And so far, with a week under our belt, we're on pace to beat that record.
Pullen says the Hamilton County Board of Elections building can process 800 voters per hour. And she thinks that number will grow as they get closer to Election Day. Pullen says the hours of operation will expand each week until the last day of early voting on Sunday, November 3rd. She says even with a record-breaking number of early voters, the lines haven't been too long.
The parking lot is very busy, but I don't want anyone to be discouraged by that because so far we've really had no lines and very little wait time.
Pullen says to make sure you bring a current form of ID when you go to vote. In Hamilton County, I'm Alexis Martin, Fox 19 Now.
And Pullen says that there are sample ballots on the website if you would like to prepare before you go to vote. The Hamilton County Board of Elections website is linked right now on fox19.com. Well, this weekend, temps, they were near 80s today, much lower than that. If you stepped outside today, you know it. We're also tracking rain chances today and tomorrow. We're going to bring in the chief now for a look at what we can expect because you're promising we're going to enjoy it by the end of the week.
Oh yeah, I think so. A few sprinkles this evening, a little bit better chance of some sprinkles tomorrow morning, and then a little bit more widespread light rain possible for the homebound commute. We'll look at all that in detail. 54 right now. We've got cloudy skies out there. If we take a look at that levee cam shot you just saw, look at this sun angle on that. That is just a dramatic look at downtown Cincinnati and the clouds in the background. Photographers love that kind of view. 54, of course, at the International Airport. We do have a few showers around the tri-state. They're all moving off to the south and east. You can see them better without the cloud cover there. And overall, we'll have a few sprinkles during the evening hours. Nothing really big, and most of us don't see anything at all coming our way. And you can see this is the disturbed area here, and we'll look at that in detail coming up in just a couple minutes when we take a look at this high-resolution model showing the next few days. Temperatures in the 50s right now around the tri-state, way below the normal high of 68. Look at this. Compared to this time yesterday, it's 22 degrees colder than it was yesterday at CVG Falmouth. You're 27 degrees colder than yesterday, and even as far north as Middletown and Hamilton, it's 18 degrees colder than it was at this time yesterday. So it does feel colder because it is. Temperatures overnight look like this in the low 40s to mid 40s around the tri-state. Sunset at 7:02. Right now 54 degrees. Temperatures by 11 o'clock down to 49. And we have a couple days, actually 3 days with some frost in the forecast. And when we get to the first alert 7-day forecast, you're going to like the weekend.
Steve, thanks. Fox 19 has you covered every day when it comes to the weather. Be sure to bookmark our 24-hour live streaming weather channel on fox19.com, as well as our mobile and smart TV apps. You'll get instant access to our First Alert Weather Team's forecast and our live weather streams wherever you are. Still ahead, a deadly shooting now under investigation, where it happened and what we know about the victim. And police are investigating a burglary at a local business, how you can help police with that investigation. And a new exhibit opening at a museum in Covington, giving football fans, history buffs, and proud locals a look into Cincinnati's Bengals' storied past. That story still ahead and new at 6. Right now, one person is dead after a shooting in College Hill. It happened around 2 this afternoon in the 1700 block of Lawnfair Avenue. Cincinnati police have only been able to confirm to us that the victim is a man. Aiken High School and College Hill Fundamental Academy both went into a brief precautionary lockdown, but that has since been lifted. No word on any suspect information at this point. Right now, Cincinnati police, they're investigating a burglary. Take a look. This happened at Soul Brothers along the 500 block of Reading Road last Tuesday, the 8th. Police say it happened around 2 in the morning. Soul Brothers Cincy sells rare tennis shoes from brands like Yeezys and Jordans. They're asking anyone who may recognize this person in the video. Well, they've got a hoodie up and they're pretty hard to get a good look at. If you know who they are, though, you can submit an anonymous tip to Crime Stoppers. That number, 513-352-3040. Well, still ahead, a new mural unveiled for Cincinnati legend Jerry Springer. And the Cincinnati FOP is giving back to storm victims, where they arrived today and what they took down.
And scattered light showers or sprinkles on radar pushing off to the south and east. A new one just moving into Butler County here north of Oxford. We'll look at them and what's coming our way for the weekend when I come back.
Several new lawsuits were just filed against Sean Diddy Combs today. At least 6 new suits filed by men, women, and a teen accused Combs of sexual assault. They're being represented by the same attorneys who are representing at least 120 other alleged victims. Combs has pleaded not guilty to sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and prostitution-related charges. His trial is scheduled for May 5th. We're learning more tonight about a man arrested near former President Donald Trump's campaign rally in Coachella, California. Federal officials say as of now there is no evidence to indicate that that man detained had any intention of trying to assassinate former President Trump. Now, the man has been identified as 49-year-old Vem Miller from Las Vegas. Miller had made it through the first 2 perimeters of security and was sitting in an SUV when deputies confronted him. They found Miller had multiple driver's licenses and passports with different names. The vehicle he was sitting in was unregistered and had a fake license plate. Officials say that he also had a loaded handgun, a shotgun, and ammunition in his vehicle. Miller claimed to be a journalist and said that he was trying to enter the rally. Today, students went through a full day of classes at Appalachee High School for the first time since the September 4th shooting that killed 2 students and 2 teachers there. The school returned late last month with half days and then had planned for the full return for today. Earlier this month, they played their first home football game as well. Counselors were on hand to support students and staff members. We have an update now from the Cincinnati FOP, which sent a caravan of trailers down to help storm victims in North Carolina. So they posted this to Facebook that the caravan arrived in Avery County, North Carolina today. They collected donations for days from community members and also businesses and restaurants, including non-perishable food, water, cleaning supplies, paper supplies, baby supplies, and a whole lot more. Western North Carolina was hit particularly hard by Hurricane Helene and is still dealing with power outages and flooding damages. Blink is back this week, and it is the first time in 2 years the festival is here in the tri-state, and this year it's going to be bigger than ever. Brenda Ordonez went to Smale Park this morning to learn how Blink is already preparing for this week's festivities.
We're here at Smale Park down in the riverfront, and this is the general area where things are going to be kicking off on Thursday. There's going to be a parade that starts outside of Paycor Stadium, travels all down Mering Way, all the way to Great American Ballpark. And if you're a part of that parade, you're not going to be able to miss the big installations that are going to be right along that path. Take a look at this. This is the Supernova Light Bridge installation. It's relatively new this year. It's right next to the Roebling Suspension Bridge, and it's going to be illuminating the sky all the way from here, Smale Park, to Covington Landing. Now, organizers say that not only is this going to be pleasing to look at, but it's also going to help symbolize unity between the states and the event that's taking place. Now, we also have other installations happening already at Washington Park. Executive Director Justin Brookhart says this piece, along with over 100 more light fixtures, will help illuminate Music Hall like people have never seen it before. He says this is really just some of the things they have planned for this festival. Take a listen.
Large-scale projection installations in some of our beautiful and architecturally significant buildings here in Cincinnati. We'll be projecting onto some of our famous and historic murals as well. Large-scale light installations that they can interact and engage with and get to experience. And then we're going to be adding about 15 new murals to our permanent public art program as well.
Now, this event is going to be really spanning 35 blocks, all the way from Finley Market and OTR to Covington and Newport. It's going to be a busy event attracting millions of people. We do have a list of road closures and the attractions that you can find at this event available on our website, www.fox19.com. For now, in Smale Park with photojournalist Dale Lutz, I'm Brenda Ordonez, Fox 19 Now.
Brenda, thanks. Students from Miami University, they're helping out with Blink this year. 22 students from the class Creative Direction and Entertainment Design are going to be showcasing their work at the festival. The theme for their display is when nature and tech come together. You can see their work on the north side of the YMCA building at 9th and Walnut Streets from Thursday to Sunday this week. And Blink Cincinnati, it is a huge event with so much to see, especially with it expanding now into northern Kentucky. But Fox 19 Now, we have you covered. We're going to have a Blink special on the first night of the event. That's happening this Thursday. Rob Williams and Tricia Mackey, they're going to be live from Smale Riverfront Park. We're also going to have reporters in all 6 zones so you can see exactly what's going on in every inch. Again, that special is Thursday night at 10:30. Happening this week, Agave and Rye is opening a new location that's in Hamilton. It's on Main Street and opens Wednesday. The restaurant hosted a ribbon cutting, and a soft opening today. The Hamilton spot is going to be the chain's 18th location and 10th just in Ohio. According to the Greater Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, the new location is going to feature a separate bar with 8 TVs, roll-up garage doors, interior seating for up to 150 people, as well as patio seating for an additional 150 people. The restaurant is at the site of the former Ritzy Body Shop, which was in operation from 1937 all the way to 2020. One of Cincinnati's most influential people is going to be honored on Saturday morning for his philanthropic efforts and advocacy for social justice. Jerry Springer not only had a popular television show, but also served the city of Cincinnati on city council and as mayor. In collaboration with Artworks, Tender Mercies is holding a mural dedication for Springer Saturday at 10 in the morning. For 25 years, Springer was an avid donor for volunteer for Tender Mercies. He also had a history of donating to Maddie's House, an organization that helps people recover from addiction. The mural says, "Take care of yourself and each other," which was, of course, Springer's signature sign-off. He passed away back in April 2023 at the age of 79 after he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Police in Seattle just busted a crime ring allegedly run by a group of teens. One of the crimes, a robbery at gunpoint, was caught on camera. The suspects targeted gas stations and convenience stores. So far, police have arrested 4 of them.
The gun on my head took all the cash from the registers. I saved my life. I gave him everything he wants. Yeah, I feel lucky because he about to shoot me. Yeah, it was too close from me. It was almost like on my head.
The group of teens have been connected to shootings, carjackings, and at least 24 robberies. Caught on camera, a parachute show misses the mark during a Fleet Week performance. The video shows a Navy parachutist with the leapfrogs landing in a crowd of spectators yesterday after missing his mark during a show in San Francisco for Fleet Week. The parachutist, who was carrying a banner, crashed into a mother and teen. Everyone, thankfully, is expected to be okay. Well, we are starting off the week with some rain chances, and then later on a slight warm up for Blink this weekend. It's a good thing, Steve, because it was sure windy and chilly. Yeah.
Big warm up.
That's good. How warm are we talking?
We're talking 70s during the afternoon hours and then dropping slowly through the 60s in the evening. So I think it'll be ideal weather. I call it comfortably cool for both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings. Here we go. 54 at the International Airport, but look what's up here. Okay, now we are looking at downtown Cincinnati. This is downtown over here. We're looking to the southeast. And so coming in from the north and west is a little bit of clearing as the air dries out for a little while and the shower activity kind of takes a break. From this, it doesn't look like that much. It looks like we might have a frozen camera here, because doesn't this look exactly the same as it did a couple hours ago? I'll have to check that out. We might have a camera that's shut down here. Although it's moving, the river current's moving. Maybe that cloud cover is just sitting there. Some of the mysteries of the weather office are sometimes fascinating. There you see everything heading to the south and east. We got rid of the cloud cover, so there's the latest on the shower activity. On the newest shower that's coming in, everything else has been here for a while, is this one that extends from Oxford on up into Preble County. And if we take a look at where it's heading, it'll make it to Trenton by 6:07, St. Clair Township by 6:03, to Liberty Township by 6:17, and to Mason by about 6:30 if it holds together. So we are definitely talking about just a little bit of a sprinkly shower, not much. Overall, if we zoom way out and I move over here, you can see the east a little bit better. You can see this scoop in the cloud cover right here. This depression shows the air flowing in from Canada. We're going to take a look at model data now, and it's got exactly the same pattern. Precipitation in Wisconsin, exactly the same. And if we begin to zoom in here, what you'll see is a few sprinkles this evening, a few sprinkles overnight, and then by tomorrow afternoon. Now, none of this is heavy rain. This particular model, being a global model, doesn't have the resolution, so this will be scattered light showers around the tri-state as we head into the evening commute, and then it dries out. And notice into Thursday, into Friday, now into Saturday, or there we go, nothing coming our way. So it dries out and it warms up as we head into the weekend. Temperatures right now in the 50s around the tri-state, anywhere from 13 to 25 degrees colder than it was at this time yesterday. And overnight, we're going to see the cloud cover persist. We'll see a few sprinkly showers in the area, and temperatures generally in the 40s as you head out the door. The sun sets at 7:02, 54 right now, dropping off by 11 p.m. to 49 overnight. We're talking about a low of 43. Sun's up at 7:47. And for your morning commute, there might be a few wet spots, but generally dry roads, a few light showers, temperatures in the low 40s, and then a high of 56 degrees tomorrow. Here's your 7-day forecast. Looking at a low tonight of 43, high tomorrow 56, 37 and 58 on Wednesday, 62, then 69 for Thursday and Friday. 3 mornings in a row with the chance of a little bit of frost with lows in the upper 30s. And then take a look at Saturday and Sunday, actually Friday too. 69 for the high, into the 70s Saturday and Sunday. Each of these evenings comfortably cool, so great looking weather coming our way for Blink, and then 73 and partly cloudy during the day on Monday. That is it for now.
Steve, thanks. And Fox 19, of course, has you covered when it comes to the weather. Just bookmark our 24-hour live streaming weather channel on fox19.com. You can get instant access to our First Alert Weather Team's forecast and our live weather streams wherever you are. The Boeing workers' strike has cost the company billions of dollars, the latest on those negotiations. And a big announcement from Starbucks could mean a more expensive trip to get your morning cup of coffee. We'll explain next. And the U.S. Postal Service breaking down its holiday deadlines, what you need to know to get your presents out on time.
A consumer alert. New analysis has shown that Boeing strike has cost the company nearly $5 billion so far. Not a single plane has been worked on at the production facility in Washington State since 33,000 members of the International Association of Machinists walked off the job a month ago. Talks between Boeing and the striking workers broke off last week after 2 days of federal mediated negotiations. Coffee lovers, listen up. Starbucks announced it is cutting back on promotional offers through its mobile app to get customers to pay full price. It's part of the new CEO's Brian Nichols' strategy to reposition Starbucks as a premium brand. As part of the change, there won't be any broad holiday offerings this season. Instead, the company plans to promote seasonal drinks through advertising. And if you're using the U.S. Postal Service for shipping this holiday season, here's what you need to know. For delivery by Christmas Day in the mainland United States, it recommends that packages are sent no later than December 21st. For priority mail, express service, first class mail, and ground service must go out by December 18th. That does it for the 5, but the 6 starts right now.
From the station that's always local, always now, this is Fox 19 Now.
And first at 6, more than 130 people are facing charges after a massive statewide sex operation in Ohio. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rob Williams. As Fox 19's Megan O'Rourke reports, the Attorney General's office is releasing new details about the investigation and what's next.
Police body cameras were rolling as investigators from around Ohio took part in Operation End Ohio Human Trafficking.
We don't want this in our neighborhoods. We don't want this for the people in our community, and it has to stop.
The operation was led by the Ohio Attorney General's office and 8 human trafficking and major crime task forces, including the Montgomery County Human Trafficking Task Force. In total, 132 people were arrested and charged with engaging in prostitution or solicitation, seeking commercial sex with a minor, or possessing narcotics. Among them, 25-year-old Giari Beard from Cincinnati, 67-year-old John Vanetti of West Alexandria, and 63-year-old Michael Waugh from Waverly.
Human trafficking cases are a little bit like other high-end criminal offenses, racketeering or bulk weight narcotics sales. So the stings don't produce typically those high-end arrests. What they do is produce the cases that end up producing the leads that lead to those. We need to work up the food chain. Rest assured that we will.
Attorney General Dave Yost says this is all part of a larger investigation effort. He says these cases will go to court now, and help is going to be offered to the 74 people identified as victims.
I've been doing this for 5 years. I've never come across one girl that says she enjoys doing this. Every single time, they'll break down crying, say, no, I only do this because I need to feed my addiction.
AG Yost says the fact of the matter is there's no human trafficking unless people are buying sex. And he says it's up to all of us to be vigilant and report suspicious behavior.
You see somebody checking into a hotel, a couple, and neither of them have any luggage. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's human trafficking going on, but it might be.
To make it easier to report, the operation was named after the state's new human trafficking hotline. That number is 844-END-OHHT. Of course, we have that information for you on our website right now, fox19.com. I'm Megan O'Rourke, Fox 19 Now.
To make it easier to report, the operation was named after the state's new human trafficking hotline. That number is 844-END-OHHT. That stands for Ending Ohio Human Trafficking. We have more information on our website, fox19.com. Right now, Cincinnati police are investigating after an 18-year-old was shot and killed in Westwood last night. Officers were called to the scene on Lakeview Avenue. That's where they found Caleb Evans suffering from a gunshot wound. First responders performed life-saving measures on him, but he later died. Police are investigating his death as a homicide, and so far, they have not released any possible suspect information. But if you can help, call police. Current Ohio House Republicans are on the hook for more than $1 million lease connected to former Speaker Larry Householder. Jessica Schmidt is at the alert desk to explain.
Yeah, so a Franklin County magistrate just ruled that the Ohio House Republican Alliance is responsible for a $1.6 million lease. According to our partners at the Inquirer, in May of 2020, the Ohio House Republican Campaign Committee, along with JPL and Associates, signed a 7-year lease. That lease was for space in the Chase Tower downtown for now former House Speaker Larry Householder's political operation. Not long after that, Householder and several others were accused of taking part in a pay-to-play scandal involving First Energy. Householder was ultimately convicted and is now in prison serving a 20-year sentence. Once that happened, Ohio GOP lawmakers reorganized under a new name, the Ohio House Republican Alliance, and argued they are not responsible for the lease. But a judge ruled otherwise in 2022, and that magistrate agreed, saying the group is a successor of the Ohio House Republican Campaign Committee and in turn is responsible for that lease. Now, on top of the lease, the group is also responsible for around $50,000 in attorney and legal fees. At the alert desk, Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
Jess, thank you. Florida residents are still picking up the pieces in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. And right now, a shortage of gas and mass power outages are hampering those efforts. Right now in St. Petersburg and Sarasota, about 50% of gas stations have no fuel. That's according to Gas Buddy. As for the outages, more than 300,000 customers remain without power. And even with that, officials say they're making good progress.
About 75% of the power has been restored across Florida, and most believing that by the end of Tuesday, the vast majority will be online.
Now, President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Florida over the weekend. That frees up federal funding for grants that help with temporary housing, home repairs, and loans. One local team that went to help with those efforts in Florida, Ohio Task Force 1. They arrived home today, 21 days after they left to help with Hurricane Helene relief efforts. They ended up staying down south to help out after Milton hit last week. Alexis Martin has more.
The task force leader says the group was grateful for the support they received for 3 weeks while they first helped with recovery efforts from Helene, then Milton. He says they traveled between states, going where they were needed most.
Yeah, it's been 21 days. This has probably been our longest deployment, probably since Surfside. And so, but very good. My team, we've got a lot accomplished, a lot of mileage on the roads.
Jeffrey Newman is a fire captain for Sycamore Township when he isn't working as a task force leader for Ohio Task Force 1, which is a search and rescue team managed by FEMA. He tells me their crew started in Orlando, Florida 3 weeks ago. After Orlando, they headed to Tampa, where they searched around 20,000 structures in 15 hours following Hurricane Helene. After being released by the state of Florida, the task force headed to North Carolina, where they continued to help the people impacted there. After being released by North Carolina, their mission wasn't over yet. They headed back to Orlando to help as Hurricane Milton increased in strength. Newman says they worked to bring closure to as many families as they could. He says coming back to Florida for the second time was difficult.
We met a lot of people while we were staged in Orlando that had evacuated the first time from Helene, but unfortunately they didn't make it through Milton this time. So it was very sad, but they were very appreciative that we were there to help them.
Newman says the people of Florida and North Carolina are resilient. He says they'll rebuild and recover. In Dayton with photojournalist Sydney Bellum, I'm Alexis Martin, Fox 19 Now.
It was chilly and windy today, and that continues this week. Chief Meteorologist Steve Horsemeyer is here to break it down for us. We should remember that Thursday and Friday and Saturday of this week is Blink, where, millions of people are going to descend on downtown Cincinnati.
And that'll be like millions of thumbs up for that weather. It's going to be really good for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 55 out there right now, Rob. We are looking over at some clouds from Turfway Park. Just 30 seconds ago, there was bright sunshine here, so there are breaks in the cloud cover now, and the atmosphere isn't as moist as it was earlier. But 55, the high temperature so far today at the International Airport. We'll get rid of the cloud cover. You can see the showers better, and you can see they're all pushing off to the south and east, and the newest shower is now just north of Hamilton here in Butler County. We'll continue to move toward the Westchester and Mason areas. So it's a shower, but more like sprinkles is more an accurate description. Temperatures in the 50s right now around the tri-state. Temperatures as much as 23 degrees colder, 24 degrees colder than they were at this time yesterday. So If it feels colder, yep, it really is out there. And then overnight, we'll see the cloud cover continue. We'll see a few sprinkles from time to time. And for your morning commute, temperatures in the low to mid 40s. We do have some frost in the forecast, not tomorrow morning, but for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we'll look at that and look at what comes after that when I come back.
Steve, thank you. After 2 weekends of construction on a section of I-75, we have an update on their progress ahead. Are they going to have to add another weekend, or did they get enough work done? And a forum is being held right now in Northern Kentucky for a group discussion about Amendment 2. What it is and what it's designed to do. Next.
Fox 19 Now, sponsored by American WeatherTech, Cincinnati's hometown remodeler for windows, siding, roofing, doors, and more.
A welcome update on the construction project happening on I-75. The portion that was closed over the weekend just north of the Norwood Lateral will now stay open to traffic. Crews work to fix a dip in the pavement, and we're planning to close it for a third weekend, but they're ahead of schedule and will no longer need that another weekend to fix it. Happening now, Link NKY and Educated NKY are hosting a forum to talk about the Amendment 2 and how it could be implemented in Northern Kentucky School District. It's going to be on the ballot in November. The measure would give parents a choice in educational opportunities for their children by allowing the General Assembly to use public money to support education costs for K through 12 students outside of public schools. The event started at 7:30 at the Kenton County Public Library. It's a free event and it runs until 7:30. If passed, lawmakers would have to change Kentucky's Constitution next year, giving them the opportunity to propose new bills about schools. This has been opposed by some, including Kentucky Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman.
A vote for Amendment 2 is a vote to give a blank check to the General Assembly. Now, this is the same General Assembly that has repeatedly failed to fulfill its constitutional duty to adequately and equitably support a system of common schools.
Now, common schools is what they refer to as public schools in Kentucky. But those who support Amendment 2, like some private schools, feel it will give lawmakers a chance to make a change that could be a good thing.
I think it gives the opportunity for our lawmakers to explore options for supporting all students in the state of Kentucky through educational funding. What that looks like, we're not sure, but I do think that providing funding where parents have a choice would be an optimal thing for our students.
Charter schools are legal in Kentucky, but under the current Constitution, they cannot receive state funding. The Cincinnati Bengals get a much-needed win over the New York Giants on Sunday Night Football. Coming up, Joe Danneman and Reagan Holgate join us to explain what this means for the rest of the season. It's a winning Monday for the Bengals, and everyone is talking about the defense. I'll send it over to Joe and Reagan live at Paycor Stadium.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Again, a victory Monday here in Cincinnati. Not a feeling we've gotten here too often at Paycor Stadium, but one that the Bengals very much needed. A win in Sunday Night Football over the Giants, 17-7. Not exactly what we were expecting to see from Joe Burrow in the offense, but this Bengals defense only allowing 7 points to the New York Giants. I think that is something that we can definitely take away from this past game, and especially something this defense is going to obviously look to moving forward.
Okay, let's show you some video from Sunday Night Football in New York, and you're going to see one of the great plays from the Bengals defense is Trey Hendrickson making a sack late in the game to help seal the Bengals' victory over the Giants. But some of the shots that maybe you didn't see, even if you watched the game on TV, were some of the great celebration shots as the Bengals left the field. Look, this defense has taken a lot of arrows and a lot of criticism, not only here in Cincinnati, but nationally, for the 1-4 start. It's now 2-4, and maybe a defense that we asked Sam Hubbard today feels vindicated after the way they played against the Giants.
I don't really get into that game. You just kind of take it week by week because after a win, you're the heroes. After a loss, you're the worst thing of all time. So if you allow yourself to be in that up and down, you kind of just try and stay consistent through it out, stick to your routines, and put your best foot forward on Sunday and perform at the highest level, and stuff takes care of itself. But it definitely feels good as far as confidence for the young guys, for all of us as a unit to come together and play well and to have that together.
Certainly having the entire defensive line back healthy and playing was a difference maker for the Bengals. They now have a chance to go to Cleveland and continue the winning. Nick Chubb is coming back for Cleveland. He hasn't played all season long. He will be one of the guys they have circled as the Bengals try to win 2 straight on Sunday.
Sam Hubbard also adding today that he thinks this is going to be their most physical game of the season thus far. So again, a big test for the Bengals this coming weekend on Sunday. An AFC North divisional game, of course, trying to get their first divisional win of the season. But for now, that's Joe Daneman. I'm Reagan Holgate with photojournalist Austin Brisky live here at Paycor Stadium. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much. Just a reminder, we're bringing you new shows and specials, including Bengals Now, of which you can be a part. It tapes every Wednesday at 6 at Newport on the Levee. You can meet Bengals players and ask them questions and take part in games with them. Also, if you scan that QR code on your screen, you can download our new sports app and stay on top of all things Bengals, FC Cincinnati, and the Reds. We do have a health alert for you today. New research suggests that overdose deaths involving fentanyl and other synthetic opioids are down 20% this year compared to last. Doctors with Ohio State University's Wexner Medical Center authored a new study looking into how many people have administered overdose reversing medication. He says during a 2-year period between 2020 and 2022, the rate of everyday people administering Narcan to someone experiencing an overdose before EMS arrived increased by more than 43%.
A layperson having this in their hands can actually save someone from an opioid overdose. So trying to get this into the hands of people who can use it to save a life is critically important.
Health experts say while Narcan can quickly restore normal breathing to a person whose breathing has slowed or stopped because of an overdose, it will not have an effect on someone who does not have opioids in their system. So experts say it's okay to give the medicine whenever an overdose is suspected. And check this out, Ohio breweries scored big in the Great American Beer Festival. 7 breweries from Ohio took home awards. That's according to our partners at the Cincinnati Enquirer. More than 1,800 breweries from across the nation competed, submitting more than 9,200 beers. Streetside Brewery on the east side earned a gold medal in the English-style brown ale for its Black Cat's Brew. Then College Hill's Brewing took its 8th consecutive medal with its Moozy. To see a full list of winners, head to greatamericanbeerfestival.com.
I like Streetside Brew.
I do too. I think it's great.
And I like that ale. I'm not a real brown ale person, but
Yeah.
that's very, very good. And they've got some great beers there.
Now, it's been trending where it's been cool in the morning, but it was cool all day today.
Oh, yeah. We have not had an afternoon this chilly since the 3rd of April.
Okay.
Okay, so if it felt cool, it's because it's something we haven't seen for a while.
Well, but it's been so, like, kind of gloriously warm for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's cool afternoons, or cool mornings, warm afternoons.
Yeah.
It was great. And so, big difference. But guess what? It's going to warm right back up for blink. I love it. Okay, this is our view from Turfway Park looking to the west-northwest, and what you've got there is you've got a few clearing spots and still 55 degrees at the International Airport, which is right next door. Showers moving to the south and east. That shower activity very light, more like sprinkles. Get rid of the cloud cover. You can see the sprinkles better. As a matter of fact, we saw the one that moved in here just north of Oxford, now just north of Hamilton, heading over into the corner of Warren County, so probably the Mason area. And all the other sprinkles, most of it, I mean, this radar view makes it look a lot bigger and worse than it is. Just a few sprinkles here and there, and they may pop back up overnight once again. So, oops, go over to this side. So here is what the satellite radar view shows right here. It shows this little scoop right here. Change it to radar data or to model data, and there you have the exact same thing. Put it into motion, and you'll see that we do have a little bit of shower activity that pops up early tomorrow morning, but this is 4:30 p.m., and so for the homebound commute, I think a better chance of a little bit of light misty shower activity, a little bit maybe in the morning, but for the most part, it looks like an afternoon and early evening thing. Light. No flooding rains, nothing big, just a little bit of slowdown maybe in some spots for traffic, but then nothing else going on all the way into Friday, all the way into Saturday, and that would include Sunday too. So temperatures right now in the 50s around the tri-state. It has dropped to 48 in Washington Courthouse. It's dropped to 59 in Shelbyville. Everybody else has been at best in the 50s all day long. We are looking at temperatures dropping from the upper 40s and lower 50s to the lower 40s and middle 40s for the morning commute. The chance for a few sprinkles out there, nothing big. 702s when the sun sets. 55 right now, dropping off by 11 o'clock to 49, and then overnight a low of 43 degrees with the sun up, getting awful close to 8 a.m. for sunrise. And tomorrow's high, 56 degrees, so another chilly day in the tri-state. Here is your 7-day forecast. Tonight's low 43, high tomorrow 56, 37 and 58 for Wednesday. Upper 30s also Thursday and Friday morning. Each of those 3 days, there'll be a few pockets of light frost around the tri-state. Not a killing frost and not widespread. But look what happens for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A high of 69, high of 71, high of 72. That puts the evening temperatures dropping off into the low and mid 60s, so I call that comfortably cool. But we do start off with chilly mornings over the weekend, and then more dry weather during the day on Monday. And when we go beyond the 7-day forecast, high temperatures, a little bit warmer than normal, a few chances of rain, but the chance of rain increases as we head to the end of the month. And that is it for now.
Steve, thank you. Coming up, some meal kits produced by Reeser Fine Foods are being recalled. Why they're asking you to return them or throw them away. Some meal kits produced by Reaser Fine Foods are being recalled due to possible listeria contamination. They were sold under the brand names Bistro 28 and Don Pancho. There's what it looks like. They were sold in 30 states. The FDA says you should return them or throw them out and not eat any part of that kit. A mission to explore Jupiter's moon, Europa, has blasted off. NASA's Europa Clipper spacecraft launched on board that SpaceX Falcon rocket from Florida's Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida today. It's NASA's first spacecraft dedicated to studying an ice-covered ocean world in our solar system to determine if it's habitable for life. It's estimated the moon's ocean contains twice as much as water as Earth's. The spacecraft, though, expected to arrive in 2030. A family is mourning after a Robertson County woman is charged with murder in connection to her mother's death. Brittany Harry brings us the latest after speaking with family members.
From the station that's always local, always now, this is Fox 19 Now.
I want to see how she is and, see if she's eye to eye. Can you face what you've done?
That family in mourning after a Robertson County woman is charged with the murder in connection to her mother's death. 32-year-old Torlina Fields was scheduled for an arraignment today, but since her indictment was filed this morning, she was not in court. Our Brittany Harry spoke with family members who showed up at the courthouse today. They shared this photo of Trudy Fields telling us she was a loving mother. We do want to warn you, the details of this story are disturbing.
A godly Christian woman.
That's how family members describe Trudy Fields, a longtime Robertson County resident who was allegedly killed and dismembered by her daughter, Torlina Fields, last week.
It's one thing to find out your family member's been murdered, but that's a whole other thing for the details and stuff. It's just literally unimaginable is unimaginable.
A new indictment claims Toralina shot Trudy in the head and stabbed her multiple times. Court records alleged Toralina then placed some of her mother's body parts in the oven and heated them, quote, until they were charred. The indictment also alleges a dog was tortured and killed.
How do you say, I'm so sad and I want justice for my family member, but I'm so sad because is my other family member not okay? Where do we go? We are way in a gray area there.
Toralina was living in California for a while to pursue acting, according to her family. They say she was also into witchcraft. Family members say she recently suffered a brain injury in a motorcycle crash. That's what brought her back home to Kentucky in August, where she had been living with her mother, Trudy, since.
Like I said, it was a surprise to all of us that she was back here, and we think that Trudy was trying to help her with whatever she had going on mentally.
Trudy's sudden death is a shock to family who is still trying to make sense of what happened. As for Trudy, they say she was always there for anybody who needed anything, and they say she loved her farm and was a hard worker.
And that's Brittany Harry reporting. Today, Toralina was appointed a public defender and entered a plea of not guilty. She's scheduled for a preliminary hearing a week from Wednesday. It's being called one of the highest profile murder trials in Indiana history. Richard Allen is accused of murdering 2 teen girls in Delphi, Indiana back in 2017. Jury selection for his trial is underway and is expected to take several days. The jury will be picked from Allen County, more than 100 miles away, to ensure an unbiased jury pool. Allen was arrested 2 years ago for the deaths of 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German. The 2 best friends were hiking after school when they disappeared. Their bodies were discovered the next day. It took 5 years for police to make an arrest. The trial is expected to last about 6 weeks. Right now, Cincinnati police are investigating a burglary. At least they have video here. It happened at Soul Bros along the 500 block of Reading Road last Tuesday. Police say it happened at 2 in the morning. Now, it sells rare tennis shoes from brands like Yeezys and Jordans. They're asking anyone who recognizes the person in this video to submit it to Crime Stoppers. That number, 513-352-3040. I know it's hard to see his face, but he does turn to a camera a couple of instances, and you can rewatch that video on our website, FOX19.com. A live look outside. Right now, we are in the mid-50s. That's pretty much where we've been all day. But by the time blink happens, starting on Thursday, we're going to see a warm-up, right?
Yeah, on your way down there, and as it darkens, temperatures will be in the 70s, drop into the mid and maybe lower 60s by late in the evening, and it looks like a great weekend. I call it comfortably cool for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings. This is our tower cam shot looking down to the southeast, and you can see that there's a number of breaks of cloud cover out there right now, but as Rob mentioned, still in mid-50s. Double nickels, good buddy, as we used to say when we were hip long ago, right, Rob? You see scattered shower activity here on the tri-state. Get rid of the cloud cover. You can see it a little bit better. We've been watching the showers that are coming through Butler County. Notice that's moving off at a good clip. And if we zoom in, you can see exactly where it is. It's kind of straddling the Great Miami River right here. So it's a little bit to the northeast mostly of Hamilton, moving out of St. Clair Township, moving into Liberty Township, and moving toward Westchester. Sprinkles, that's all it is. Temperatures right now in the 50s around the tri-state, with the exception of Washington Courthouse, which is down to 48. And we're looking at this overnight. Temperatures drop into the lower and middle 40s with the chance for a sprinkle as you head out the door. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about frost. We'll talk about a warm-up for the weekend when I come back.
All right, we have breaking news right now for you. Cincinnati police have identified the man who was shot and killed in College Hill at about 2 this afternoon. Police say they found 23-year-old Dania Weaver with a gunshot wound in the 1700 block of Landfair Avenue. He died at the scene. No word on any suspect information at this time, but we will keep you posted. We're in the second week of early voting for the upcoming election in Ohio and Indiana. Our Alexis Martin went to Hamilton County Board of Elections to see what voter turnout has been like for the first week.
I love the early vote. I mean, it's like a party atmosphere here, you know, with the pit, as they call it, and people coming and going.
Antonia Davina says her family has always taken voting very seriously. She says the convenience, ease, and friendliness of the poll workers makes early voting a great option.
Started to vote early just a few years ago, but now I do it all the time. So I don't leave anything till that last day.
Sherry Pullen with the Hamilton County Board of Elections says in just the first week of early voting, they're seeing a record-breaking turnout.
In 2020 presidential election, we saw a little over 80,000 voters appear at the Board of Elections during the 4 weeks leading up to Election Day. And so far, with a week under our belt, we're on pace to beat that record.
Pullen says the Hamilton County Board of Elections building can process 800 voters per hour, and she thinks that number will grow as they get closer to Election Day. Pullen says the hours of operation will expand each week until the last day of early voting on Sunday, November 3rd. She says even with a record-breaking number of early voters, the lines haven't been too long.
The parking lot is very busy, but I don't want anyone to be discouraged by that because so far we've really had no lines and very little wait time.
Pullen says to make sure you bring a current form of ID when you go to vote. In Hamilton County, I'm Alexis Martin, Fox 19 Now.
Sherry Pullen also says there are sample ballots on their website if you want to prepare before you vote. The Hamilton County Board of Elections website is linked on ours, fox19.com. An event put on by the Humane Association of Warren County looks to reach a big goal over the next 5 days. Ken Brown has that story. $500 spay and neuter procedures in 5 days. That's the goal of the Humane Association of Warren County as they get ready to announce a major event next month. Ken Brown had the story first on Fox 19 Now and joins us from Lebanon with more.
It's a really interesting event for the Humane Association of Warren County behind me here because there's been so many instances where we've stood in front of this very shelter and talked about how they're at capacity because of hoarding situations that they've been dealing with. And this event could help curb those issues.
It's a constant struggle for shelters and rescues in our area.
The struggle is keeping up with the animals who aren't fixed that keep breeding, but the Warren County Humane Association's 500 in 5 event may help with that. The goal is to spay and neuter 500 pets in just 5 short days.
We schedule for the entire month, and every single day we have a line that goes out the door, and most of the time we're turning down 20, 25 people each time because the prices of just a basic spay and neuter surgery have gone up so much.
Hurley tells us this event will be much more affordable and cost just $25 per pet for a procedure that normally costs hundreds of dollars. The Humane Association has partnered with Bissell, and they've rented out a facility at the Warren County Fairgrounds to set up essentially an assembly line.
These guys have perfected it, and including the flow of it. So there will be a table where the animals are being put under, then they will be moved to the surgery table, then they will be moved to recovery. It's a well-oiled machine, and that should take about 5 minutes per pet.
The event will run from November 11th to November 15th, and Hurley says strays and animals who get loose from their homes can breed and compound issues for shelters across our region, so getting those animals fixed helps control the population and helps keep kennels at the shelter free.
A lot of times people do just want to give us entire litters of dogs and cats. During cat and kitten season, I mean, we have 200 plus cats here. And the reason is because they don't get spayed or neutered.
They're still working out a lot of the details on this event, so they're asking people to check back with their social media pages and their website in early November if you're interested in registering your pet. Reporting in Lebanon, Ken Brown, Fox 19 Now.
A new exhibit showcasing the history of the Cincinnati Bengals. We're going to take you behind the scenes next. And if you're just getting home, we want to get you up to speed on what you might have missed. Cincinnati police have identified the man who was shot and killed in College Hill this afternoon. They say 23-year-old Dania Weaver was found with a gunshot wound in the 1700 block of Landfair Avenue. They say he died at the scene. Aiken was locked down as a precaution, but it's been lifted. More than 130 people are facing charges after a statewide sex sting in Ohio. Those arrested are facing several charges like engaging in prostitution or solicitation or seeking sex with a minor. Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost says these cases will now go to court. And Ohio Task Force 1 returns home after a record-long deployment in 2 states. The team arrived back at their headquarters earlier this afternoon. It was deployed on back-to-back rescue missions for Hurricanes Helene and Milton. They say the last time that happened was back in 2008. You are now up to speed. A new exhibit at the Behringer Crawford Museum in Covington gives football fans, history buffs, and proud locals alike a look into the Cincinnati Bengals' storied past. Along with Northern Kentucky's rich football history, Jason Maxwell takes us through the lens with a sneak peek.
you a little peek of an exhibit called Road to the Bengals. It's an exhibit that really explores not only the early history of professional football in our region, but also Paul Brown, his history, and how we actually got the team that we know and love, the Cincinnati Bengals that exists today. A local gentleman who is a tremendous sports collector has been talking to me about his Bengals collection for some time, and he intrigued me because not only did he have, you know, modern Bengals or even the Bengals that Paul Brown started in the late 60s, artifacts from that and autographs, but he also had came across things that predate that, including autographs and photographs from the Bengals team when they were wearing things that looked like this leather helmet here. One of the things that I love in this exhibit, we have two board games that are Paul Brown football board games. And one of them in the Paul Brown case is actually got autographs. And we believe that these games were sold probably at the Cleveland Browns stadium in the late 40s. And there's so many things here that you are probably not ever going to see anywhere else. These may be the only examples of these artifacts, of this memorabilia. This collection is pretty special. Barringer Crawford Museum is open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 to 5 Tuesday through Saturday, and 1 to 5 on Sunday. But all of that information can easily be found on our website, bcmuseum.org.
Smoke on the river, thunder in the sky, beer in the jungle, and fire in their eyes.
You know, today felt like a fall day around here, and it feels like a fall night. Let's get right to the chief, meteorologist Steve Horstmeyer, because it is going to warm up. If you have friends coming into town from blank, don't be too worried because the weather's going to warm up beautifully.
Yeah, but before we can go uphill, in the mornings are going to go downhill a little bit. Cold enough for a little bit of frost for 3 mornings, and then the weekend looks great. So 55 out there right now. We're looking toward the west-northwest from Turfway Park out over CVG, and it's still mostly cloudy, and it's going to stay that way tonight, and you might see a few sprinkles and spots. Overall, you see that there is some sprinkle activity out here. Notice how it's dying out as it moves to the south and east. And again, without the cloud cover, you can see that there really isn't much out there at all. And everything you see on there is very, very light. So the showers we've been watching across Butler County, now completely out of the Hamilton area, out of St. Clair Township, centered over Liberty Township, down to Westchester, down to I-275 in northern Hamilton County. And as we zoom way out here, you'll see that there's really no big system coming our way from the west. This is the controller of the weather. Once this northerly flow continues and the sky's clear, it'll be cold enough for frost. So again, you can see right there, that's where the precipitation and this cloud cover is. That's exactly where the model has it. So the model doing a real good job on this. By the time we get to 10 a.m. Tuesday, we've got a few sprinkles in the area. The shower activity becomes a bit more widespread. So through the day tomorrow, some scattered showers or sprinkles. No flooding rains, no severe weather, just some sprinkly showers. They'll make the ground a little bit wet, and then it dries out as we head on into Thursday. And if you look at what happens through the rest of the week, you can see that there's just nothing coming our way. Big high pressure system comes our way. We begin to see southerly winds as we head into Friday, and that's going to warm it up quite nicely. Temperatures now in the 50s around the tri-state with a little bit of a breeze. The breezes have died down a little bit. We'll be in the low 50s to upper 40s at 10 o'clock, and by the time you get to 7 a.m., a few sprinkles around the tri-state, a cloudy sky, and temperatures in the low to middle 40s in the area. Sunsets today at 7:02. It's 55 right now, down to 49 by 11 p.m. Overnight, we're looking at a low of 43, and then the high tomorrow about 56 degrees. 56, a good 12 degrees cooler than normal for this time of the year, so another chilly day. Here's that 7-day forecast. Low tonight 43, high tomorrow 56, a few showers and chilly. Chilly morning on Wednesday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, each morning in the upper 30s. That means some rural valleys could drop to around freezing, and there's the chance for a little bit of frost each morning Not a killing frost, not widespread, but there will be some. Then sunny afternoons. Look what happens for the weekend. Upper 60s for Friday, low 70s for Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures in the evenings in the 60s, dropping off into the low 60s. Beautiful weather for Blink. And then Monday, 73 and partly cloudy. When we go to beyond the 7-day, it goes all the way to the 28th of the month. High temperatures really above normal, because by the time we get to the last day here, normal high is only in the lower part of the 60s, and just a few chances of rainfall. So the dry, fairly warm weather is going to continue, it looks like, through the remainder of the month.
Steve, thank you. We've been talking about it. Blink is bigger this year, expanding into Newport for the first time, and we have you covered. We have a Blink special on the first night of the event this Thursday. Tricia Mackey and I will be live from Smale Riverfront Park. We'll have reporters in all 6 zones so you can figure out what you want to see. The special is Thursday night, beginning at 10.
And here at Paycor Stadium, Zach Taylor is talking about what pretty much every Bengals fan is talking about today.
Joe Burrow's big touchdown run. We have more from the head coach next.
Fox 19 Now Sports, sponsored by OrthoSensi Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, the orthopedic authority.
Joe Danneman and Reagan Holgate outside of Paycor Stadium, and we're talking about the Bengals' Sunday night win against the New York Giants. And everybody's talking about the big play that Joe Burrow made. You're laughing, and I know why, because nobody expected Joe Burrow on 3rd and 18 to run 47 yards for a touchdown. Whatever top plays there are in the NFL, that's one of them from over the weekend. He reached almost 20 miles per hour. Everybody always says Joe Burrow is sneaky athletic. I had no